Unless I've, like, totally missed it or misinterpreted the riddle. Which is, it's probably... I'm gonna attack myself and then resurrect. Nah, is it worth doing that? No. Because if we resurrect Waka, he's then no longer a zombie. And I don't know what kind of abilities the boss has which have synergy with people being a zombie, if you know what I mean. So if I can make sure Orin and Waka aren't zombies... You know what? I'm doing it. Of all the times, dude, for you to... Oh my god. Chat, what have I done? Oh, chat, it's all gone horribly wrong. I'm so sorry, chat. Throw the bag over there. There we go. Chat, we're good. We're good. Everything's fine. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We're gonna have a long rest. We're gonna have a long rest. We're gonna chill. Everything's okay. I feel sick. He went to fetch it. No! No, he did. He went to fetch the bag. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, chat. No. No. No.
Oh, you are so adorable. You know that? You just leave everything to me. It'll be great. Nighty-night.
I think she's a lot cuter when she does it. I can't do it as well. I just sound like a serial killer clown. Shit. Apparently not. Apparently not. No, crit! You rolled too far! We just got it! We just got it! Holy shit!
No! What did you do? Oh, it's everywhere. You ruined a perfectly good snack.
You claim victory over the squirrel, though you're not sure why you were fighting to begin with.
Okay, we are going behind. Is that Poo Poo?
What is he doing?
He's beginning to believe.
Wow. Across this log? Why did I stand still? I can't move. I can't move. I can't. Saved. What is going on? Someone in your party is in conversation? No one's in conversation.
Have to keep going.
You bastard! You ruined it! You ruined everything!
Throw it. This would prove, chat, that there is a divine power. That there exists a divine entity. Nat 20.
what they're trading.
Trade what?
All those videos.
We have to do something, and we have to do it now.
Hello everybody and welcome to the LDD20 stream. What we have a monthly donation goal.
I recommend Neo. Very good. Highly rated. Now watch me beat this boss. Let this motivate you into buying the game. Oh wait! Does this work? Ah, no. Wait, what if I jump? Try it again? No. One last try? Nah. Oh! How do I slowly decline down this cliff face? Can I do it from here? Okay, so far so good. Chat, don't... let me shrink this down again, chat. Hold on.
Ladies,
gentlemen,
ignore
that. That's not
and friends from beyond the binary.
Back there, hold on.
We've been away from this game for far too long. It is time for more Final Fantasy XIV. I was thinking about maybe surprising you all with a random game, but no. That's right, Neo 2. That's what I mean, yeah. That's what I mean. Good morning, all. Good morning, Winterfall. How are you today? Hello, Sign. Hello, Solace. Hello, Meg. Hello, Crit. Hello, Clivey Bear. Hello, Serena. Hello, D1000. Welcome on in. How are we all doing today, everyone? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Dirthon, hello. Dallas, Remy, hello there. Risque, Make a Stay Pod, Bye Buying Pie, Sand, Lazy Rico, Luke, Guru, Sorely Burn, Risque View, market board shopping to be item level ready for MSQ. I've got no idea what my item level is. And at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. So, we'll look into that in a minute, maybe. Can't wait to be able to spend some time tonight playing and selling everyone easily acquirable materials to make money on crafting. Meg and Immy did something on expansion release where, I don't remember how, Meg made like tens of millions of gil. I remember vividly because I was really proud of making like 10 million, and Meg was like sat on a throne of like 20, 30, 40 million gil, lording it over me. I feel so lost on what to do in 14 because I haven't been playing Megastay. I mean, go anywhere and do anything, right? Depends on what you want to do. Raylex, hello. Megastay, of course. Hello again. How are you today? If you can't tell, we're in the Crystarium. I love the music here. It feels appropriate to be playing it. So yeah, that's where I'm at in the game at the minute. But I thought before we dive into just running around, because that's the plan today, is just to sort of have a look around the world and you know, refamiliarize ourselves with 14, maybe do some treasure maps, who knows? I really don't know, but we're not going to be doing MSQ, and we're not going to be doing the raid. We're going to be doing 14 tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, so yeah. Meg, no, I figured I'd just watch it later at this point. I thought we'd have another day of Monster Hunter in us, but I beat the final boss. So yeah, oops, my bad. Yeah, it was either we do another day of Monster Hunter and I feel aimless, or we just we hang out in this. I'm specifically not watching it for you. You're the worst. Oh, Meg, sorry. Well, go watch it now. I'll let you off. Anyway, Eriu, hello there. Spellbound Tutor, hello. I'm probably not going to get back into 14 until we get close to the 7.25, but excited. Spellbound, I probably would have joined you on that if it weren't for the fact that I'm trying to make some 14 videos at the minute, which are story-oriented, lore-based stuff, and I need to get the MSQ sort of wrapped up ASAP so that I can make these videos without having to worry about using old info, if you know what I mean. So, yeah, my hand was forced. by Yoshi P to play today. Well, not today, but you know, this week. Niana, hello there. Sophie P, hello there. How are you today? Hopefully you and Kale are good. Welcome on in. Austin Alive, good morning. Hello, how are you today? Kayata, welcome. Asterin Whitethorn, good morning to you too. How are you today? Welcome on in here. His bloodlust for animal murder knows no bounds. Thank you, Sand. Thank you. Andy genuinely nailed that laugh. Are we talking about the FF7 clip? D1000. Mazira, hello there. How are you today? Welcome on in. Poo Poo, Andy acquiring the weapon he'll use for the rest of the Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. What weapon was that? D1000. Out of interest. Pond, hello. Ribbit? How are you today? Welcome on in. Kumaru, hello there. I never saw that clip before. There's plenty in there that very rarely appear. So it's nice when they do make an appearance. Clive, hello. I haven't finished the Arcadian yet. I've been slacking. What, you mean Wing 1? Or are you talking about the new Wing as of today? Because if you mean as of today, that's not slacking. The content's been out for what, like 5 hours? 4 hours? I don't know. I really don't know how long the patch has been out. But either way, if you've not done that yet, it's not slacking.
Good morning.
Are we going to fight the kids? Good morning to you two. Can we please get some love and chat for Fightykins? Thank you, Fightykins. Good morning to you too. Good morning to all of you from around the world. Ladies, gentlemen, friends from beyond the boundary, you get what I'm saying and where I'm coming from. Thank you, Fightykins. Can we get some love and chat for Fightykins, one and all, please? Anyway, where was I? Sorry. Solace, hello there. How are you today? Hopefully you're well. It is good to see you. Risque, hello. Sand, hello. Dirthon, hello. Gundanium, hello. Karsten, hello. How are you? Hello, Gremlock. Welcome. How are you today, buddy? Have a little time for stream watching this AM. Happy to see you all. Happy to see you too, Pond. Happy to see you too. Wow. I always... maybe I'll talk more about this later, right? I love 14. Even when I'm not playing it, I love this game. And whenever I come back to it, it just... it feels good. To log in and see other people playing, it's the best feeling ever. Dallas, welcome back, sir, for 22 months. The same as the lovely Fightykins here. Look at that, 22. Thank you, both of you, for your 22 months of support each. Can we get some love and chat for the lovely Dallas Remy, please? Thank you again, sir. I appreciate that. Happy to see you all. Happy to see you too. Albus, hello, Andy in chat. Hello, Albus. Meg Paints, hello, Meg. How are you? Welcome on in. Hello again, Austin. How are you? Elena, hello. Milu, hello. Ike, I'm loving the corn. I'm loving the pickles. It's a big tick in my book. There is a new Corn Servant quest, isn't there? Maybe we can do that as well. I'm not ready to really do the voice for the Corn Servant, nor do I have any soundboard ready to help remedy that. But maybe we can do that. Maybe we can do the Corn Servant today. Is that permitted? I feel like there is a big list of do not do's for content creators on day one of a patch. No raid, no MSQ, no talking about the story. But we will permit you to do X, Y, and Z. Is the Corn Servant okay, guys? Can you permit me that? Can I do that? Dawn, hello. I'm in a meeting, but I had to be here. Hello, hope you're all doing well. I'll see you in an hour. Dawn, if you can hear me, I'll see you in an hour. If you can't hear me, then I'm speaking to nobody. I'm watching the title update showcase. It looks good. I'm relying on you, Luke, and hopefully a few other people who are watching it to give me the deets on how good it looks. All I want to know is there going to be a nice community hub? That's what I want to see from the next Monster Hunter patch. I sold dyes from the Island Expedition and a few other things, and I made like 15 million during expansion launch. Yes, it's great. Oh, I'll watch that later. Cannot wait. I spent 18 million gil on the Cloud of Darkness hairstyle. I equipped it, and by equipping it, I mean I went to the hairdresser and I got a trim, and I really did not like how it looked on my aura, so I immediately went back to my old hairstyle. And that was the last time I spent that much cash without doing thorough analysis beforehand. 18 million gil down the pan because I thought it would look good. On FF14 Collect, the website, amazing. It looks phenomenal. But my god, it clipped through so many of the headpieces that I wear. Primarily, hold on, how do I, streaming? Primarily the helmet that you often see me wear, which is this little ditty. This is my favorite helmet in the game. And this hairstyle works perfectly with it. See how there's minimal clipping? There's like a tiny bit on the side, but for the most part, front on, solid. Every other hairstyle kind of fails in that department. Look at you wonderful people over here, by the way. I wasn't expecting anyone to come and join me. Who do we have here? We've got Evelyn, we've got Shenanigans, we've got Dirthon, we've got Morgaine, Make a Stay, Meg's here as well. Oh my goodness. It's like the old times. Every now and then I do watch my Endwalker intro video, and I always love when we get to the Shadowbringers part because we do a lot more community events and activities, and it's just fun to see. Well, anyway, I'll leave you guys there. I'll pop this back up because I'll be... Oh, no, I'll leave you guys there and I'll put that back up in a second. And we'll look through the page together. Not Nienna. Ninkamaya, hello. How are you today? Greetings, Endy. Greetings, Ninkamaya. How are you today? Luke, hello again. Welcome on in. NT Matter, hello. Sounds like a fun opportunity to farm M1 through M4. Maybe. Potentially. Nona, hello. Sadly, I can't play myself right now because 10 gigs is a bit too hefty to quickly download for me. It's, for me, 10 gigabytes even... God, how many years ago? 10 gigabytes even 5 years ago for me. 6 years ago? Would have been hours to download. I'm very fortunate that I've got some good fiber now, but yeah. I can't imagine downloading updates of that size. Even modern games, some of which easily break the 100 gigabyte file size. I don't know how you meant to download those if you're in a rural area or don't have a good internet connection. It's crazy. Belatedly again, Fythikins, thank you for the 22 months. Gremlock, hello again. Lena, hello. Still have 45 minutes of work and then 45 minutes of commute before I can be home and plunge in. What is the plan, Lena? What's the plan? And for those of you who have been playing 14, have you done the MSQ yet? No spoilers, I'm just curious to see how many people have done it so far. Just out of curiosity. 1 item level off? Risque, what do you need? Maybe we can craft you something. Andy, it's great. Andy, you must watch it. Is it really that good? It's like 12 minutes. It's very hype. I'll watch it later. I'll blue ball myself. Asian is Asian. Stumbled in my words there. Hello, how are you today? You've watched it or you've done it? Yes, I've just begun. Yes, done with the MSQ. God, I'd love to know what sorts of questions I could ask to did you like it? There you go. How about that? We'll keep it simple. Do you like it? Was it good? No, nothing more. No further elaboration. Is it good? Was it fun? I've not done anything on 7.2 yet, other than getting the new eye patches and the golden saucer. New eye patches and the golden saucer? Hold up. What did you just say? I need to go have a look at those very soon. I enjoyed the MSQ a lot. Ah, nice. Very nice. I feel like I'm going to be using this stream to decide if it's time to subscribe again or if I'm waiting for whatever the field operation comes. I know that's in about... New triple triad NPC? What? We'll do that in a minute. Time out. I thought we could look through the patch page because I've not looked at it. There's a brand new 7.2 website. I've not had a look, and I figured we could look through it together, and maybe by looking through that, I can figure out what we're going to do today that isn't MSQ, isn't the raid, etc., etc., etc. Field exploration area is in 2 months. Cosmic exploration is in 1 month. We can get into the nitty-gritty of all of that, but to me, it reads like classic. MMORPGs have been doing it for years, gating certain release dates in order to maintain a subscription. Netflix does it, with their episode release schedule. Games do it. That's what 14 is doing, where in a month, we get our next hit, the Cosmic Exploration. A month after that, another hit to keep the sub going. So it's a shame because I'd love to be doing that today. Love some field exploration, but alas, that's 2 months down the line. But when it is here, you better believe we're going to be doing it. And it's going to be fun, hopefully. So yeah. Do Eureka with me? Have you ever done Eureka before? I could do Eureka with you, but I don't know if it would be fun. for me because I've done it a lot. I'll consider it. But yeah, we'll have a look through the page, see what we can do. Let me crack open a cold one, chat. Just got this out of the fridge, so it's nice and ice cold. Well, then this weekend will be more raids then. I know very, very little about what's actually in this patch, apart from watching that intro trailer thing that's on my YouTube. So, shall we have a look and see what the hell's going on? Because, again, this is my very, very first look at this page. This is the patch 7.2 special page over on the 14 website. Seekers of Eternity. Clearly talking about, well, I don't want to get too into it because I'll start corkboarding, I imagine. So, Seekers of Eternity, we'll leave it at that. For whom were the seeds of forgotten wisdom sown? Seekers of Eternity, we've got a bit of Y'shtola, a bit of Wuk-Lamat, bit of Sphene, bit of mysterious individual hell-bent on traversing the rift and making their way to other reflections, ? The Queen of Reason has made a miraculous return and bears a message to her troubled subjects. Become endless, and eternal life is yours. While such a promise may provide solace to some, others still fear the icy touch of death as it approaches. Okay. Brand new Arcadian Wing Cruiserweight Division. I've not seen these. That's pretty cool. I love how they've leaned into the aesthetic of the Arcadians so fully. Draz, good afternoon. How are you, buddy? Welcome on in. I did finally get to the Palace of Dead level 50 and have it on high level 50 over the last weekend to finish up mock tomes. Nice, Lena. Very well done. I'd love to dive into some Palace of the Dead myself one day. I'd love to try and get the Necromancer title. I know that sounds quite extreme, but I'd love to give it a go. What does it say here? The unstoppable upstart dominated the light heavyweight division of the Ascension Arcadia Championship, earning the right to compete in the next tier. But behind the flashy thrills of the realm's premier entertainment, tensions rise among the young fighters who face the looming threat of psycho-necrosis. Okay, so we've got a Vieira frog person. We've got the Lalafell, who I couldn't tell you what that is supposed to be from this image. Who's that Pokemon? That's... I don't know. I don't know what creature that is. A Flan? Oh my god, yeah, I guess so. I guess it would be a Flan. And then whoever this is, I mean, that looks like Fenrir, no, in the background? Very interesting. Very interesting. It's Bakermon from Digimon. I just hope that they've got some good music in the arcade. I mean, they probably do, considering Wing 1 had such great music in it. A Catboy who becomes a wolf? Double furry? ? I suppose so. They're bangers? Okay, good, good. Looking forward to that. Not in this patch, but coming in a month's time, we get Cosmic Exploration and Tool Enhancement quests. Cosmic Tools. Searching Way wants you to join the Cosmic Exploration Initiative. Research and develop cutting-edge artisans' tools, all while furthering the team's preparations for a maiden voyage to stars yet uncharted. Oh, so step 1 will presumably see us making some sort of base on the moon over time. Cool. And then for whatever the next patch for this would be, would see us go to a distant star? Interesting. Very interesting. Huh. What are your hopes for this, guys? Does anyone have any particular, I don't know, desire for what they want to do with the Cosmic Exploration system? It can't be anything story related. How's the throat? Pretty good, Rix. The only issue I've got now is I'm just congested. I'm really congested. So, yeah, I've just freshly medicated, so hopefully we're okay. Howdy, friends. I'm back from vacation and post-vacation recovery. Just in time, I see. Too many meetings to hang out and game today, but wanted to say at least hi. Hi, Phoenix Senpai. How are you? Quantimic, hello. How are you? I just want something chill and relaxed that I can grind that isn't a spreadsheet simulator like Island Sanctuary. Same. I, like many people...
Hello.
Lizzie, hello. Lizzie, how are you? Thank you for the 20 months of support. I sincerely appreciate that. Can we get some love and chat for Lizzie Tools, please? Lizzie, it's very good to see you. I hope you are well today. I, like many people, Andy being friendly. No, let me finish. I, like many people, didn't get to be there for the Firmament on release. So I've only done the Firmament post-event, I suppose. I am really looking forward to hopefully having an updated take on the Firmament, but in space. So, yeah. And I think Rix has sort of alluded to this as well. I think no matter how hard they try, there will always be a cookie cutter, spreadsheet, BIS method of doing something. And that's just the nature of games nowadays. If something even has a 5% better chance at getting you a reward or a better net gain from doing X, Y, and Z, you better believe...
73 months. That's quite a lot of months.
That's quite a lot of months. Holy shit, Monk. Oh my god. Whoa. Monk, welcome back, buddy, for 73 months. Holy crap. If we could please, one and all, get some love and chat for the lovely monkey hands, please. Monk, how are you? Did you just watch the Monster Hunter video? I hear it's quite good. I hate playing games with skill trees, creating my own build that I like, and then being told it's not meta, etc., etc. So disappointing. 100%. Definitely. And it's a tricky subject, right? Because on the one hand, I play games where I love min-maxing, right? And admittedly, I think it's sort of woven into the game that you should min-max. But for activities like Cosmic Exploration and the Island Expedition, min-maxing that feels counterintuitive to the purpose of the content. But to some people, that won't be the case. Some people will still want to be min-max it. Yeah, there we go. Kumaru has basically summed up what I've just said in a single sentence, much more succinctly. People
Hi.
Hi. Ashi. Hi. How are you? Can we get some love and chat for Ashi Domus, please? Ashi, thank you for the 19 months. I greatly appreciate the continued support. Welcome back, buddy. How have you been? Hopefully you are well. People view min-maxing differently. Some min-maxing is fun. Some people find it making fun out or removing fun from the game. Yes. The thing is, I think if you are a certain kind of crafter crit, I'd agree. I craft, and I don't min-max. And I know to some people, I think some people would probably say that I'm playing the game wrong. And to those people, I'd flip them the bird and tell them I'm having fun. Do you know what I mean? Like, when I craft, I don't follow a guide. I'm just sort of like crafting what I need to craft. Andy, you're playing the game wrong. Thanks, Clive. I'm going to flip you the bird, metaphorically. Yeah. I was blue-balled on the latest dungeon. Okay, Rix, yeah, we'll elaborate further in the week. I can't remember what streamer coined the phrase. Maybe it was Josh Strife Hayes, but he mentioned max minning instead. I like that, max minning, yeah. There was always the option to min-max, but Island Sanctuary felt impossible without min-maxing. It needs a healthy balance. I can't really comment on the basis that I've not really done Island Expedition. So, yeah, oops. My bad. Andy, you're flipping the wrong bird. This other one is 1.5% more effective on account of its green plumage. Thank you, NT. Anyway, Cosmic Exploration, excited. The Occult Crescent, aka the new field exploration zone following in the wake of Eureka and Bozja, with Ketenram the Blue being our guide, our eyes and ears, it would seem. And it's odd, because I think there's going to be quite a lot of lore in the Occult Crescent this time around. We've got structures which feel Nimian, with structures which feel Maki, and we've got structures which feel Dapori. And these are three civilizations which existed during the, I believe it was named the War of the Magi, many years ago. So for there to be a location in the game where all three of these societies potentially coexisted with one another is incredibly exciting. I don't know what they're planning, but I'm very curious to see what secrets may lie within these hollowed halls, shall we say. Jesse Cox cooked on the 3 Civs thing. Did he actually? On his own stream, Furioso? I always have love in my heart for the Nimians. As a big Scholar storyline fan, I'm so hyped. I want to feel rewarded for doing things optimally when I want, not feel punished for doing things suboptimally when I do. Sign, right, I'm with you on that. Yes. And that's why I think me doing crafting suboptimally, I never feel like I'm being punished. Like I could, if I really wanted to, find the best material to build the best thing. Furioso, I'll have to check it out. I'll have to check it out. They all got their encyclopedias out to review stuff. I'm proud of them. Very proud of them. Who remembers when me and Jesse got our encyclopedias out? That was such a fun moment. He was like, wait a second, I've got that here somewhere. Oh dear. I'll have to watch that. Maybe we can watch that in a bit, maybe. Good morning, Andy and all. Happy Patch Day. Happy Patch Day to you too, Harry Oldman. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hey, Captain Ram isn't entirely useless. I'm still pondering.
69 months in a row.
Oh, God.
/
JR Blue. Thank you very much for the very nice 69-month resubscription. Thank you, buddy. How are you today? Welcome on in. Thank you for your 69 months of support. Cheers, man. Were you really, Kima? Hopefully it was all good things you were thinking and not, God, what a piece of shit. Either way, Occult Crescent excited for that. Betwixt Eorzea and Taral lies Shade's Triangle, a wave-washed grave to untold souls. Join one legendary explorer and his intrepid crew as they chart a course for these fearsome waters and unravel the mystery that swells there. Huh. Very, very exciting. Admittedly, this is 2 months away. Which, again, I'll keep saying that because I'm a little bit sad we've got to wait, but in 2 months we'll be doing that, hopefully. The Underkeep. In the waning days of the Old Kingdom, the people of Alexandria sought a way to survive as their homes sank into the earth below. They built a towering structure that enveloped the royal castle itself, and as the moons came and went, Everkeep grew to soaring heights. Yet some say that the castle has withstood the ravages of time and stands even now in the city's foundation as a symbol of bygone glory. That's very exciting. That is very, very exciting. As someone who views FF9 as probably the best single-player Final Fantasy game out there, I'm incredibly excited to dive into that. Really, really excited. Speaking of min-maxing, here I am searching for crafting macros. Thank goodness for the nerds out there. I'll admit, I do crafting macros on occasion. Like, if I'm done doing my own crafting stuff and I just want to relax, I tend to make my own, and they're probably not optimal, but I've made a few of my own crafting macros, using other ones as sort of like a baseline, if you know what I mean. Recollection. A terrible new threat bars the Warrior of Light's path. Blade at the ready, but for whom do they wield it, and to what horrible end? Of course, it's the wonderful Beatrix. Will the photo load? Yes, it will. The wonderful Beatrix from Final Fantasy IX. God, that's going to be a fun fight. I love that fight. I've heard the music for this. Is it good, Desnail? Hell's Keer Unreal. Ooh, this is the new Unreal. The foe commander asks you to regale him with a tale of fiery passion and heartbreak, which soon calls to mind your harrowing encounter with the Auspice Suzaku, master of flames and resurrection. You stoke the memories of that battle into a fierce fire, reigniting your struggle to return the great Auspice to her senses ere you succumb to her mournful melody. I've not fought Suzaku since we did it 2 years ago. Hold on, 2 years ago? Yeah, 2 years ago. I've not done this in 2 years. So I don't know. Maybe that's something we can look to do today. I don't know. I really don't know. Weapon enhancement quests. Ah, the relic weapons are finally making their way in. Okay, in 725. So in 2 months. We get relic weapons. Okay. Harried by the circumstances, financial and otherwise, Eorzea's finest weaponsmith finds himself on a treacherous journey bound for seas unknown. Yet amidst the peril is an opportunity to achieve a new pinnacle of weapon fabrication, harnessing arcane powers as potent as they are illusory. And he's undoubtedly at this point, by looking at the background, he's over in the occult crescent, isn't he? This is the same architecture that we saw earlier. So, okay. Totally expected. Mamul Jar Society quests in 2 months. The Rite of Succession set Marmook on a new path, one without the sacrifice of blessed siblings. Now in the depths of Yaktel, a new enterprise takes its first steps towards creating a place that any Mamul Jar would be proud to call home. Nice. More Hildebrand, inconceivably further Hildebrand adventures. The little snippet we... Hey, Egg. EGG. The little snippet we got of the new Hildebrand stuff in the trailer looked really cool. Really, really cool. Nashu Makaraka has followed the trail of the missing Inspector Hildebrand to the neon-lit metropolis of Solution 9, enlisting the aid of Detective Hardboiled, a man of eerily familiar appearance and resilience. The search for everyone's favorite agent of inquiry continues. Okay. New items? What? I am become Steiner? What is this? What is this? Holy shit. Whoa. Alright. We're doing the MSQ. We're not. But trust me, every fiber of my being wants to go and do the MSQ now so I can be getting all of these. Holy shit. God damn. God damn. I've not looked at this. No, this is... Can I see it from the back? Nope. Oh, new crafting set. No, who cares? This is more interesting. You don't need to do the MSQ. It's tome... Oh my god, I've transcended. I am in heaven. Whoa. What do you mean? Do I have any tomes? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm guessing you need the new tomes, right? Yeah, Tomestones of Mathematics. Shit. Okay. New crafting recipes, there they are. Seems like we get some new weapons. Very gold. Like that, actually. That's nice. It's a nice design on the scythe. The Dancer Chakrams look interesting, too. Yeah, armor's cool. I like the armor too. It's very different from what else we have in the game, which I like. It's capped at 450 weekly though. Those look nice. Does the... Oh no, it wouldn't, would it? New mounts. Whoa, how many seats? 4? A new 4-seater airship. That looks pretty nice. That's very nice. Okay, cool. New minions. Does anyone here have a beagle? And if so, how happy are you? A wolf? A wolf? God, that will follow me to my grave. I imagine one of you will deface my tombstone with a wolf, just so people in the future can know my secret too. I have a bagel, which is pretty close. Guys, good news. One of the tombstone helmets works on Hrothgar. One of them. Can I have a guess which one? I'm gonna guess. Ready? Lizzie, I'm gonna guess this one. I'm gonna guess this helmet works on Hrothgar. I've just got an inkling. Let me know if I'm close. You got it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. New emotes. That's pretty cute. Yeah. Does anyone know where you get that from? Additional updates, new Corn Servant quest, additional duty support, PvP updates, and more. Where are the patch notes? Do I access that from here? Read the patch notes. Okay. Oh my god, I need to zoom in. Right, MSQ, Arcadian, Corn Servant, which we'll have to go and do. That looks fun. Treasure hunts. Rewards for Lobo skin treasure maps and Brash skin treasure maps have been adjusted. Rewards in the Cenote Jar Jar Garul have been adjusted. We might have to do one of these today. I'm keen to maybe try out one of these new treasure maps. Or, not new in the sense that they're new maps, but new is in the sense that they got new stuff. Ashlyn, I'm very excited to see what the patch has in store. How are you, Ashlyn? Welcome on in. JB Betley, belatedly hello. Andy, I don't know if you missed it in FC chat earlier, but there are a bunch of items which were previously available. Well, Clive will look at that in a second. I'm excited. I hope you don't get portals because KEKW. Screw you, Luke. Grand and free companies. The following additions and adjustments have been made to subaquatic voyages. New areas, new items. Maximum submersible rank has gone up by 5 levels. Wow. Subspace ambient occlusion can now be disabled for indoor furnishings. Oh. Okay. Cool. Oh, I wasn't expecting that to be so high up on the the patch notes. Cool, nice. I didn't know that was a problem. Huh, alright. It's actually screen space quantemic, thank you. Thank you. I didn't know that, thank you. A warning message will now display on screen when entering the garden of an estate scheduled for auto-demolition. Okay. Furnishings from the 14 furnishing design contest have been added. Ooh, these do look nice. Love the gate. The gate is nice. Love the table with the jobstones. Very nice too. Cool. Do the people who submit these designs get some kickback? So you enter the competition, but does Square give you some money? Is there like a financial prize? Or is it just, hey, your thing's in the game? Out of curiosity. In the words of Andy's Pokemon rivals, wow. Thanks. Does anyone know if auto demolition is re-enabled in EU? I've not got a clue. Not got a clue. I think you could get individual ones, maybe, Luke? I'm guessing no one knows if you get paid for the design stuff. Not that it's a concern. New furnishings. I love the door with the warning tape over it. That's cool. That's nice. And I'm guessing this here is Beatrix's sword from the new trial. Certainly looks like her sword. I'm gonna guess it's called Save the Queen, right? And then a nice tree. What housing district is that in? What housing district has that view behind it? The Goblet. Ah, shit. That's a nice view. Oh no, Quantemic, I'm serious. Like, thank you. I didn't know. I don't think I took that the wrong way. I genuinely appreciate it. New orchestrion rolls, new aquarium fish, a new seed for flower pots. New prizes available at the Gold Saucer. Okay, I want to make a list of things I want to do today that we can crack on with, like things that we can go find in the game. So give me a second. Let's make a list. So I want to go visit the Gold Saucer. That's up there. We want to go check out the new rewards. So let me get a little note document ready for this. I think they give out exclusive event rewards to the winners. There's in-game rewards. Gotcha. Thank you. Right. Let's make this list. Okay, this should work. Yeah, hold on. Where have I put this? There you go. All right. You'll not win me over with your use of twas. Let me quickly sort this out. So, we want... let me get some Final Fantasy-esque font here. 7.2 list of many things. That'll do. That'll do. And then we'll just go and do these in a minute. Good afternoon, Asik. How are you today, buddy? Welcome on in. Left a line. Visit the Gold Saucer. And then if we do that there we go. Alright, visit the Gold Saucer. Oh, why has it changed font? Visit the Gold Saucer. There's new TT and items. Cool. And then shrink that down a little bit. Cool. Right, let's have a look. More of this. So, new prizes are available for purchase using MGP. The following additions have been made to Triple Triad. New cards have been added, and new NPC opponents for Triple Triad have been added. Very nice. A new category for field operations has been added to the challenge log. Very nice. That's nice. It's a good change. The following additions have been made to duty support. The Sunken Temple of Khan and the Underkeep. Was the Sunken Temple not a part of duty support beforehand? Why was that exempt? That's strange. The following additions and adjustments have been made to Wondrous Tales. Prizes available in exchange for Chloe's gold certificates of commendation, silver and bronze have been adjusted. The following duties have been added as objectives for Wondrous Tales. The Underkeep and Juno. Okay. Understandable. The following duty roulette names have been adjusted. I know this was a point of contention for some people. Myself too, when I was first getting into the game. Cool. Right, so they've renamed them basically to make it easier to process what was happening. It was only an optional dungeon. Oh, right. I didn't know that. Did not know that. Only MSQ dungeons were updated with support. I could not tell you what the optional dungeons are anymore. Really, I have no idea. Not a clue. The following additions have been made to Faux Hollows. It's now held Kier. And this is the new mount you can acquire for Faux Leaves. What in the monstrous Cubone is that? I like it. I don't love it, but I like it. I might have to go do some Unreal Trials and get some Faux Leaves to get that. New emotes have been added. This is a different one from the one we saw earlier. Is that on the shop? Or is that something you could acquire in-game? Tome Scroll and Study have been added to the special tab of the emote window. Oh, so they're looping versions. Okay. I don't think I have the read emote. I don't think I've got that. Where do you get the read emote? Oh, it's the PvP one? Gotcha. Battle system. Let me just help you out with this, guys. Because I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy. A new dungeon. The Underkeep has been added. Item level sync has been added to the following duties. New trial. Recollection Extreme. Is that in on launch? The Extreme version? Or is that coming later? It is! Oh, shit! Hello, by the way, Rio. Good to see you. It's in now. Oh, cool. Awesome. Hell's Kier Unreal. A new dungeon AAC Cruiserweight tier has been added. Very cool. Looks like DDR, which I think is going to be fun. Wait. I missed this. The drop rate for the Wings of Ruin and Wings of Resolve has been increased. I wonder by how much. If it's 0.001%, I'm not that bothered. If it's by 1%, now we're talking. Now we're talking. You know? Interesting. Okay. Very cool. The new dungeon, raid dungeon AAC Cruiserweight has been added. Savage, okay. Babyface Champion's Weapon Coffer. The following duties has been added. The following duties have been removed. Players will now receive the power of the Echo when doing Sphne's Burden. Updates to Juno. Bonus experience points received upon completing the following duties in Duty Roulette. Alliance raids have been increased. For people who have been doing the raid roulette, is it still more often than not Crystal Tower? Or has it begun to sort of deviate a little bit and become more spread? Always yes. Okay. I know they tried to fix that a little bit. It's a tough one, isn't it? It's tough. Because it's... For so many people, it's the one which everyone has unlocked. It's still the only required one. Experience points earned upon defeating bosses in the following raids, as well as the experience points earned upon the completion, has been decreased. I will admit, I did this. I did the trick. You could just run any of these. I think Aglaya was the most popular. You could run that and you'd get loads of experience points. Like you could get one level between 90 and 100, I think, by running it. It's incredibly good. When speaking with Ushepia in Solution 9, the position of Cloud Dark Demi-Materia in the list of items sold under Sublime Curiosities has been changed. Oh, thank God. I've been waiting for that one. That's music to my ears. The following adjustments have been made to Future's Rewritten Ultimate. No more restriction on the Oracle Totems. Allagan Tomestones of Mathematics have been added. Nice. Guys, do you think we're going to see anytime soon the event A Nocturne for Heroes? A Noctis outfit? Let me quickly... FF15 release date. It's its 9-year anniversary this November. I could see them bringing it back later this year as sort of like an anniversary of the game releasing. But I don't think it's coming anytime soon, if I had to guess. Recollection has been added. This is just... this is all housekeeping. All housekeeping. Oh, this is new. The number and type of Allagan Tomestones awarded for defeating elite marks has been adjusted. Oh no, I misread it. I thought we were now getting more tomestones per hunt target. Damn, never mind. It's exactly the same, just the updated. Yeah, it's still housekeeping. I just struggle to read, apparently. PvP, skip. Listen, I could not tell you what's a buff and what's a nerf. Yeah. I mean, this is... Wow, look at this. This is stunning. Here we go. Now we've got to the source. New items available in exchange for trophy crystals. Come with me, guys. Come with me. This is going on the list. This is going on the list. Visit Wolf's Den. Old PvP items for TC. We'll go there after this. We'll go see what's now available. Series 7 will end and Series 8 will begin. And this is the new mount. It's sort of like a... It's not a spider. It doesn't have enough legs. Some sort of mecha, sort of arachnid thing. Which... Yeah, I mean, I like it. I think that's a really cool design. Yeah. I've got not really a lot more to say. I hope it can fly, is what I will say. You fight that in coils? Really? They all fly, you doof? Listen, what you need to remember is my brain right now is Suikoden, Monster Hunter, my upcoming FF14 lore video. I forgot. I forgot. Sorry. Thank you. They all fly. What I meant to say, genuinely, was I hope it has a flying animation, as opposed to just running in the air. Okay? That's all I want. Season 13 will end, and Season 14 will begin. Tactical Crystal's movement speed is no longer increased if it is within distance from the center point. Again, listen. I'm not the guy for this. The Borderland Ruins Secure campaign has returned. Looking forward to that. I loved that map, so that'll be fun to run again. The terrain of the arena has been adjusted. The distribution of key locations has been adjusted. Personnel displacement panels have been added to teleport players to the Heliodrome when weaponry is deployed. Wow. That is actually big. So for people who've never run this before, you have to go up here. You go to the top of this pillar periodically when these weapons appear, and you must kill the weapons. And by killing the weapons, you score for your team. But the only way up there is up these stairs. See these stairs here? One set there, one set here, and there's one set on the other side. One for each team. So the fact that we now have the ability to teleport up there is pretty fantastic. Because my god, if you were in a really odd place on the map, it was impossible to get up there in time. So, Dark Knight bullshit killing 15 people in one pool. Has that been fixed? I could try and figure it out by looking, but I don't know if I can. This looks really interesting. Whatever this is totally new. So that's how the weapon stuff happens up top now. Cool. The guardrails and the ramps up are either the best thing ever or ruined it completely. As someone who liked knocking people off, I'm gonna say they weren't that great. But when I was getting knocked off, I loved them. So, you know. A bias depending on what job I'm playing, I suppose. When interceptor drones are deployed, an interceptor drone alpha may appear. Defeating these rare enemies will reward players with more tactical points. I wonder if the game will adjust accordingly. So say one team is further behind, if they would place this alpha drone closer to them to give them an advantage. It's probably totally random, but I do wonder if there's a little bit behind the scenes to give people a chance. Do you know what I mean? New items have been added. Very, very excited about this. Oh shit, it's the what's the name of that weapon? From 9. Someone will know. Crit will know. He's probably typing it right now. Mage Masher. That's the one. The Mage Masher has finally made it into FF14. Wow. Very cool. Nice. Huh, I like that. I like that a lot. And it seems to me that a lot of the 3D elements on the back of these robes and stuff isn't going to be a clipping nightmare. Which is nice. I cannot wait to get the Steiner set. Yeah. Rio, honestly, that's my thought as well. I don't know if maybe we'll get an opportunity to get some Freya love next time. But that is typically the way of things, isn't it? Anyway. New recipes have been added. We've seen these already. I like the weapons and they look nice. The dying interface has been adjusted. The dying interface has been adjusted. And then all of these items now have 2 die channels. A lot of these seem to be new weapons, right? No? Oh, yeah, okay, Dryzak. Okay, you're right. Okay, sorry, yes. I'm not familiar with all of the names. Dryzak. Cool. I'll have to check that out in mine. Yeah. Yeah. I saw Queen's something, and I thought, oh, that's got to be to do with Sphene, right, in the new patch. Wow. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot there. I'm happy with that. The following items can now be equipped regardless of gender. These were gender locked before? From what? I Fantasia to make sure of the make use of the Scion Liberator jacket leases now that it has 2 channels. Does it look good, Ike, with the 2 channels on it? Fun fact, Mage Masher was a weapon in the original Wizardry game, 1981. Carson, that is a pretty fun fact. That's my signature item. I can't even imagine it. I don't know what it looks like off the top of my head. The following marks can now display on stored item icons. A mark indicating an item can be used as part of an outfit glamour. That's nice. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. I've not gone through my own glamour dresser because I don't want the hassle of having to figure out what's what. Let me add that to my to-do list too. Investigate new glamour thing. Update my glam wardrobe. Cool. Isadoriana, hello there and good morning. Welcome on in. Andy, remember to collect your new free Fantasia? I'll add that onto the list as well. Let's do that now. 4, get new Fantasia in Gridania. I'm guessing this font pack does not have open parentheses. Never mind. Yes, gotcha. 4, clear your inventory. Do you want to see my inventory? This is my inventory right now. That's pretty clean. I've got a lot of spots. 48 specifically. Come on. You can't tell me that's a mess. You can't tell me that's a mess. Cleaner than mine. Thank you, Therolin. Thank you for being honest. Unlike the rest of these filthy liars. Trying to make everything a set in my glamour dresser is an actual pain in the ass because I never stored headgear as Viera anyway. And I have to backtrack to get everything. Yeah, goddamn. It's annoying that you can't make partial sets. Thank you, Orange. Thank you, yes. Thank you. You have cards taking up space? I'm saving them for a rainy day. I'm saving those for a rainy day. You wouldn't understand. I'm not a filthy liar. I'm a dirty drum. Oh, God. You can't even use 50%. Exactly the same amount of spaces as me. Solace, perfect. Perfect. Anyway, enough staring at that. Let's go back to this. So, Neo Kingdom gear can now be purchased in exchange for sacks of nuts. I think I spent all my nuts. I don't even want to look. I've got 98. Oh, God. Well, I'm going to have to do some hunt trains again. For those of you who have never done a hunt train before, gather in. Let me tell you a little secret. Hunt trains are many things. They're incredibly fun. They're very fast. And it allows you to get capped on tombstones very, very easily. It's incredible fun. Razor's Hand, never have done one. They're a little bit tough to get into because if you've not done it before, it might feel overwhelming. It might feel a little bit overwhelming because you got to join a Discord, you got to go to the server, join the party, and then when you're actually doing the hunt train, if you've never done it before, it can be very fast. Convert your old tombstones? I'll put it on the list. I'll put it on the list. Convert tombstones in Mordona. There we go. We're getting that. Nice. We have someone on Siren called Petite Cat that is always, and I mean always, leading hunt trains. I don't like the rush of hunt or fate trains. It's, it's... I like it personally because I can keep up. But I'm very lucky that I've got an SSD, I've got a good internet connection. So for me, I'm often waiting. Like, I can teleport instantaneously. And there's no lag for me there. Whereas I feel like if I lagged even a little bit and I fell behind, I would be anxious as all hell. Yes, NVWLS has just mentioned something which I was going to bring up. I can't remember their name, but there was someone in the Hunt Discord who used to run hunts over on my data center. For the love of me, I cannot remember their name, but they would run relaxed speed trains where you'd have like a minute in between teleporting. Not Scratch. Not Scratch. It doesn't matter. I'll figure it out. But yeah, it's as... I think they would last as long as doing an Alliance Raid Roulette. So if you can do an Alliance Raid Roulette, you can probably do a hunt train on a relaxed speed. But it gets you capped really quick, and I find them to be incredibly fun. So do with that information what you will. Yeah. There were more comment on expansion release where trains were much bigger. No, he's stuck. No. Hold on, I'm playing that again. We got Furret stuck. There we go. There we go. I've lifted up the notes so Furret could squeeze under. Can we please get some well wishes in chat for the lovely Dine Online, who says, I'm interviewing for a new job today. Dine, I wish you the absolute best. I'll keep my fingers crossed, my toes crossed, and my legs crossed, just for you, Dine. I wish you the absolute best. Thank you, Fightykins. I know we're trying to fish for that shiny to try and get the good luck in chat for the lovely Dine here. I'm sorry. Shiny Furret will come out once you've got the job. How about that, Dine? How about that? He's patiently waiting, because I know you're going to get it. I wish you the best, buddy. A test of your reflexes, indeed. Indeed, Judge. Did I say hello, Judge? Hi, Judge. How are you today? Thank you, Dine, and thank you, Fightykins. I appreciate that. Scam Furret strikes again, so he does. Neo Kingdom gear can now be purchased. Certain items can now be sold, desynthed, and submitted. Secondary attributes have been adjusted for the following items. Oh, thank God. I've been messaging them about this for months. Thank you, Square. The description of certain pugilist arms has been updated to indicate that weapon appearance may take precedence over the display of hand gear. Right, okay. New miner and botanist gathering points have been added. Does anyone know what that means? Beyond just what it says? Is there new materials that you can now acquire, or... Everything's in the way! There we go. Thank you, Makerstay. Materials for new crafted gear. Thank you, Makerstay. I appreciate that, buddy. So there's a brand new material in the game for the crafted stuff. Gotcha. Gotcha. Does that... Oh, new fish have been added as well? Oh, I love fishing in 14. I think it's fantastic. A feature to batch select required materials by quality has been added to the crafting log. Ah, that's nice. That's nice. Level requirements for master crafting recipes have been removed. The level cap for desynth has been increased from 720 to 740, and new mounts have been added. Look at that. That's stunning. I do wonder what the final form will be of, like, collecting all of these wing mounts. What do you hope we get? Do you know what I hope we get? Bahamut wings. I know that's unrealistic, but let me... just one big wing, what, like Sephiroth? Mounts can now be... No. No. Be back in a second, folks. Be back in a second. Let's go... Hold on. Wait, you can... you can mount while moving? Let's try this. All right, moving. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, that's nice. That is really nice. Can you do that in PvP as well? Question. Because I feel like in PvP, Jess, we're on the same wavelength. Yeah, I'm wondering if you can use that in PvP. God damn. Towns and such also have a jog after sprint runs out. All right, guys, we need to calm down. What's all the quality of life? Let's go back to the Crystarium. I'm gonna try and run over to the tavern and see what the jog animation looks like. So, this is sprint. Currently sprinting. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Sprint runs out in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's pretty speedy. That's still pretty speedy. That's nice. Yeah, cool. Awesome. I think this... here's my one query, though. It says, okay, effect ends upon moving battle. I'm wondering if this is going to be better in a place like the Crystarium as opposed to Gridania. Like, I wonder if the jog effect persists between instances of a capital city. Do you know what I mean? Is it just me, or did the Crystarium floor get shinier? I think it's because it's raining. I think it's because it's raining. But it is very shiny, isn't it? Yeah. Check it? You think we should give it a look? Alright, hold on. Let's... Will it persist if I teleport to Gridania? Because I'm still technically in a city. It does not. Next test. Will it persist when I make my way through that boundary there? So right now I've got the sprint action active. There we go. Let's see if it persists when I go through the barrier. Welcome back, Dawn. Good to see you. How are you? All right, we've got the jog effect. Now, will jog maintain itself? No! You lose it. You lose the jog effect. Damn. So, you know, what we've found here is the jog effect is better in the newer cities because you don't lose it when you're running around. There you go. The more you know. Right. Hey, Shenanigans has followed me over to Gridania. Hello, Shenanigans. Are you now testing out as well? Good luck. Doesn't when you teleport, doesn't work either. What of mini aetherites? Okay, let's try mini aetherites in Tuliolal. Let's give that a go. You lose the jog effect and your sprint is on cooldown. Literally unplayable. All right, we're gonna try. Oh, it's foggy. Classic. Classic. Let's see if using an aetherite gets rid of the jog effect. What a bop. Alright, we're now jogging. Let's see. Ethernet shard. Will this remove the buff? Let's go to the dirigible landing. No. So you do maintain it when using the Ethernet in a big city. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. There we go. I'm answering the questions that no one else dare answer at the minute. Wow, I know, stunning, isn't it? It's just zone changing, yeah. So even if you are porting from a zone where you can jog, into another zone where you can jog as well, you don't get it. Peloton works the same way, Rando. Gotcha. If you click off the sprint buff, you do not get jog. What a view. Stunning, isn't it? I love my summer vacation expansion. Anyway, let's go back to the notes. We've done some testing. The new Chocobo barding has been added. Wow. I can have Chocobo Steiner. That's cool. I like how you've got the Alexandria logo on the wing. When I get that, I'm definitely maining it. That's awesome. New faceware has been added. Graphical update. New file of Fantasia. Shadow quality is improved. The following adjustments have been made to certain NPCs. Model quality, texture resolution, and material qualities of faces have been improved. Graphical details for the following gear have also been improved. Ooh. Guy Bolg Atma replica? Hold on, I'm gonna have to check that out. Draken Mail? Whoa, 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 whoa. Pause. Hold on. I need to go and test this out. One moment. That's basically the Dragoon set that I use all the time. This is the augmented Draken Mail. I'm guessing this has also been adjusted. Let's check. Did it say augmented Draken as well, or was it just the Draken set? Yeah, okay. Augmented Draken Mail. Okay. Graphical updates. All right, we'll go have a proper look in the tavern, in room. Sorry. This is now a glam stream. Always has been. Always has been. Lazy Rico. I hide it underneath a veneer of pretending I care about the story. It's all a farce. I'm just here for the fashion. All right, let's have a look. Glamour dresser. Let's have a better look at this. So, there's the augmented Draken set. Annoyingly, mine is dyed black, which makes it very hard to see the detail. Really hard to see the detail. Let's just go to an old set, and we'll build it out in here. So, Dragoon. And it should be, there it is, augmented Draken. Right, it comes in by default as black, doesn't it? Hold on. Let me go into my Chocobo barding. Do I have any white dye in here? I don't. I've got one pure white. Oh, there we go. I've got 67 Snow White. All right, that'll do. Let's go to Dragoon. And let's try this out again. Edit glamour plates. Right. So, let's get the full set loaded up, and then we'll have a good look at what we can do with it. Did I not get the augmented bottoms? I don't think I did. Oh, no, I did. There we go. I was going to say. Should have them somewhere. And then the boots, augmented Draken Greaves, and of course the helmet. Cool. Right, let's dye this white and see if we can figure out the changes here. Oh, yes. Oh, immediately. That is gorgeous. Oh my god! Look at the reflections! Look at the detail! Whoa! Okay. Someone cooked here. That's incredible. Right, let's keep dyeing. Let's keep dyeing. Dye 2. We'll just make it white. We'll just make it white all over. So we can get a really good view of what the whole set looks like. Dye and... Oh, I made a mistake. Die, die, die. I sound like Reaper from Overwatch. Did I mess it up again? Am I not hitting? Oh, I did it. I did it. Oh, we're good. We're good. And then die, die. Nice. All right, we'll run around in that in a second. Where's my replica Gay Bolg? I wish I had a photo before, but I've looked at this a lot. A lot. That is a huge upgrade. That is a massive upgrade. That looks so much better. I'd love to hear what other people have to say about their own relic weapons from A Realm Reborn, to see what you guys think. But to me, that's incredible. I wonder if they've also affected or changed the glow. No, that's pretty much exactly the same, isn't it? I don't think that's any different. Alright, well, we'll rock that for a bit. We'll rock that for a bit. And hopefully when the sun comes up, we can have a good look at the armor set. That'd be nice. I think I like better the first stage of Gay Bolg. In what sense? Like, oh God, I cannot believe how detailed this armor set is now. Hold on, let me quickly go to Google. Augmented Draken armor. I want to try and get a side-by-side for people who've not seen what the original set looked like. Let's see, images. I'm not going to be able to find one. The closest I can find is this. One moment. I guess I've got old screenshots of myself, yes, which would also do the job. That's smart. That's really smart, yeah. Annoyingly, this isn't a great comparison because obviously the photo on the left is taken in much better lighting conditions. But just have a look at the helmet alone. And then compare that to what we've got here. It's a much higher resolution. God. Very happy. Very, very happy. I'm excited about that. All right, let's have a look at the other notes. Sorry, we got a bit distracted there. Draken mail, so a lot of level 50 stuff. Street top, street handwear, Magitech shoes, Scion strikers, woodland warden stuff as well. The lease attire. Vegetation in the following areas has now been rendered in high resolution. Okay. Cities, fields, instanced events, the diadem. In areas Heaven's Ward and onwards. Okay. Has anyone traveled around and seen this in real time? Does it look good? The following adjustments will be made to objects in fields and cities. There's definitely some more texture in the wood, and of course they've got more doodads actually inside as well. Cool. That's the sort of thing where if I were running past it, I would not be able to tell the difference. Yeah, like being able to do that, it's obvious, but I would never have noticed that. So, it's one of those things which is incremental, and over time it just becomes... Someone in the GG Discord posted some screenshots from Rads at Han. The difference is pretty big. They apparently updated almost all of the areas except some of Shadowbringers. We can go to Rads at Han. Let's quickly run over to Rads at Han and see if we can spot any differences. I am riding a high at the minute from the fact that this armor set is nice and crisp. Right. Gerbania, Far East, Ilsabard, Rads at Han. There we go. Check out the area near Palaka. Okay. Palaka. Ethernet. I could go outside. Let's go here. That should do. Mega doo-doo. If they've done a lot here, I don't know if I'm going to be able to notice it. I didn't spend a lot of time in Rads at Han. Even when this was current, I spent most of my time in Charlayan. So if there is much vegetation increase here, none the wiser. And I'm pretty sure I've got my settings cranked to max. So if this is as lush as it gets... Yeah. Maybe in the daytime we'll take a better look, because right now it's kind of hard to tell, isn't it? It being nighttime. Let's finish looking at these, and then we can crack on. Number of shadows cast in rooms in the following areas has been increased: Twin Outer Barracks, Maelstrom, the Battle Hall, Yulmore, certain instanced events. The general action sprint now grants jog once the effect ends. We've already tried that. The following actions and adjustments have been made to the actions and traits window. You can change the display mode. A display option to list actions by function has been added for Disciples of the Hand and Land. New actions corresponding to targets marked with different signs have been added to the General tab. Whoa, okay. That's interesting. When multiple targets are marked, using relevant actions will cycle through the targets, numbered from lowest to highest. Please continue to use macros for targeting specific numbered signs. I don't raid, and I don't really do a lot of content which requires you to have this, but I'm curious to hear what the raiders among you think about that addition. Because it seems like that's something which you could kind of already do with macros, I suppose. In order to prevent server congestion, multiple instances, new achievements have been added. New item drop rates have been adjusted for the following retainer ventures. With the exception of gear, trade items are now displayed in the log window. The following additions and adjustments have been made to portraits. New accents have been added. So these look like they're probably going to come from PvP, right? New portrait accents for adventurer plates have been added as well. Cool. New depth of field effects. Loads of new stickers. That's pretty cute. The following adjustments were made to the blacklist. Text commands have been added. New music and voices. All right, I'm down just to run around the game now, to be honest. And if there's anything which you guys have seen in there which you're excited about, let me know and we can do it. But I feel like it's going to be a lot of minutia towards the end. Crit, we're going to go there right now. Hey, shooting star. Meteon, did you see it? Anyway, let's go over to the Wolf's Den and see some of the old PvP gear which is now purchasable using delicious trophy crystals. I'm gonna tell. Okay. The fact that this individual here is wearing the Archfiend armor, I think bodes well for what I'm about to see on the vendor. Is it this person right here? Crystal Quartermaster, Trophy Crystal Exchange. Universal Gear? Oh, guys. I cannot tell you how happy I am. So I've told the story before. But when I moved home 2 years ago, I was like series level 23, 24. I was so close to getting the Archfiend armor set. But then I moved house. We didn't get internet for a couple weeks. And by the time I was all set up and ready to go, the series had ended. The Archfiend set had eluded me. Now it's back. And I am so excited. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Cannot wait to equip that. About time we started to see some of the old series rewards come back. Query, though, what else came back? Did we get the mounts? Yes! You can now get the dragon mount.
Man with chic
Nice.
glasses on my screen. It's
Tojo?
been a while since I managed to catch one of your streams. Been busy with work and life lately. How's it going? I was mildly disappointed with the amount of content in MH Wilds. Looking forward to the new update in April. Unfortunately, I won't be able to keep my sub going forwards because I need the monies. Insert oil prince joke here. Hopefully I will be able to sit on the knighthood's
Tojo,
round table
don't worry
again
about it,
soon,
buddy.
though.
Don't worry about it. It's absolutely fine. I'm so happy to see you today. Can we please, one and all, first of all, get some love and chat for the lovely Tojo Nozomi, please? It is very good to see you, my friend. What did you think of Monster Hunter, apart from the lack of content? What did you think of the new monsters, Tojo? I loved it. Thought it was fantastic. I'm excited to see what they do with the new title update next month. Apparently, I've not watched it yet, but apparently the live stream earlier today has made people very excited, so do with that information what you will. Yeah, I'm excited to dive back in when they've got some new content, because I think I've probably done all I need to do in Monster Hunter for the time being. Can you get the Volcanic Framers set? All I can see in here... Hey, you can get the spectacles, the shaded spectacles. Listen, I'm not gonna be all doom and gloom. This is a good step in the right direction. Let's now open the taps, is what I'm saying. This is great. We've got the Filgjahorn, which I've proudly used as my primary mount ever since I got it. It's a red dragon. I mean, come on. And now that we've got the old Archfiend armor in here, that's great. Fantastic. What about all of the Feast armor sets, which are many years, old at this point? When are we getting those? This is 2 years ago. I'm glad it's here. Very glad. I'm not looking at Gift Horse in the Mouse. Gift Horse in the Mouth. There we go. But we gotta get some of the older stuff next, right? Surely. I think it's progressive. Probably. Tojo, I felt that too, man. My PC crashed a lot playing that game. I had to do a lot of tweaking to get things fixed. A lot of tweaking. No, Rando, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Cool. Nice. Well, I'm glad they've got those back, but more, please. More. I want more. I don't think there's anything else which has been added in here. No, it's just the Archfiend set, the mount, and then a few old Framers kits. I, unfortunately, cannot buy the Archfiend set at the minute. I've only got 2,500 trophy crystals. I will buy one piece, though, while I'm here. Let me grab the Archfiend armor. There you go. Now I can go put that away. The Series 2 armor is also available, is it? I didn't see it in there. Where am I looking for that? Is it just under here? Where do you have to buy that with wolf marks instead? Shadowclaw, where am I looking for that? The False Monarchy set, but yeah, where is it in here? I can't see it. All of the MSQ cutscenes are voiced? Oh, Winterfall, that is incredible. Very excited for that. Meg, what did you think of the raid story? Is it good? I can't see the Monarchy set. I do already own it, so I'm very happy that I've got it, but I'm not seeing the Monarchy set in here. I can only see the Archfiend set. Unless there's another vendor somewhere who sells it.
Hey,
So I don't know.
ended Bongo.
Hey, Bex, hello. How are you today? Welcome on in. How are you today? And how excited are you for 7.2, Bex? I have found out that one of my most beloved sets in the game, the Draken Armor from A Realm Reborn, has received a graphical update, and it is glorious. It's so high resolution, high definition. It's lovely. I probably should dye it at some point now. I've just made it white for the time being. But God, it looks good. Looks really good. And I think all of the sets from A Realm Reborn, like the armor sets there, for getting level 45, 50, have been updated. It is just the Archfiend set. I guess False Monarchy will come later. I'm guessing Shadowclaw's seen it or something similar to it somewhere. I must have imagined it then, Shadowclaw. It's okay, I'll let you off. I'll let you off. I'm good, very hyped. Won't be able to play MSQ and raids till at least next week with my friend, but I'm excited to log in tonight after work and see all of the other new things. It's that's currently what I'm doing, and I'll be honest, Bex, there's a lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff. We were just looking at the PvP vendor because you can go and acquire some of the old armor. Only one set for the time being, but you can currently go back and get the Archfiend armor, which I believe is 2 years old at this point, so... Albus, yes, I'm with you. A problem that World of Warcraft has when it comes to PvP armor is they become inaccessible forever. If you are trying to like level up your arena ranking and you've got the gladiator armor sets, you cannot get them ever again. After they are removed from the PvP pool, they're gone. I hate that. I really do. And I say that as someone with some of these very rare, lucrative sets. Hell, before today, I had the Filger Horn. I had the Red Dragon mount. I didn't give a shit if other people had it, you're right? I wanted it. And I got it. If other people want it, let the other people get the stuff, right? Exactly, NT. And the thing is, it's 14 has the same problem in the sense that you can do PvE content and acquire all of the PvE armor sets years down the line. PvP, different story. For some reason, there's gating there, and I can't wrap my head around why that exists. And it isn't just a 14 issue. Again, it's in WoW. I can't comment on things like Guild Wars. Make them accessible. Right, we've had our first taste just now with the Archfiend set coming back. Give us the old Feast sets, please. Yes, Draz, 100%. That would be brilliant. My favorite set that I've seen from the old Feast days was one where you have like these huge, like deer horns, and you look like a futuristic Viking warrior. Like, let me have that, please. That'd be great. With the seasonal event sets, it would be nice to have them at vendors, but they end up in the cash shop. Yeah, that's a weird one when it comes to event stuff. They've set the precedent now, and I don't think they can change it, because clearly that business model works, right? Like, if you don't make the Christmas event 2024, Christmas event 2025... Kima, stop. Christmas event 2025, you can go and spend £3-4 on the Mog Store and get the previous year's rewards. Would it be better if those were accessible in-game free of charge? Of course. Of course it would be. But people are paying them for the privilege of having it anyway. And I don't think that they're going to change that business model now. I don't know how much money they make, but it clearly is a sizable amount for them to continue going down that path. Yeah. Oh, Shadowclaw, yeah, definitely did it. I'm not going to show you my glamour dresser though. It's hidden in there somewhere, definitely. I just wish all cash shop items were account wide. Are they not? Are they not? Really? The compromise of some items popping up in the Mogtum events eases the sting of that a bit. Can you get some of the cash shop items in Mogtum events? I didn't know that, Taliesin. Only mounts are account wide. Some are, most are not. That's odd. Now this is something which I think 14 players need to wrap their heads around, right? I am someone who isn't directly impacted by the issue we're currently discussing, right? Like, I've got one character, so if things aren't account wide, to me, it doesn't matter, personally. But I can see that's an issue for other people, and I want to be on your side and, you know, champion that. That's awful. I know a lot of you have multiple characters. I can't imagine having to spend... If you wanted to have the same set of armor on 3-4 different characters, having to drop upwards of $50, $60, $70, $80 to get that armor set across everyone, that's madness, isn't it? If they use the cash shop money to keep paying Soken to come up with the bangers he has, I can live with it. It's I'm not going to say it's a necessary evil, but because I don't know how much money Square Enix is making from Cash Shop. But I do know other games and other developers reap boatloads of money from their cash shops. So do I, as someone who doesn't want to really spend money on the cash shop, feel hard done by when certain things are put on there? Of course. But as long as that money goes back into the game and, you know, furthers development, it sort of cancels one another out for me, where I don't feel passionately either way anymore. I made an NA alt of my main character to replay MSQ and to go to art parties with NA friends, so I'd have to go through the same outfits on both, and you'd have to spend. Yeah, gotcha. I got an alt I use for hide and seek events with my FC. That's smart, Ashlyn. That's smart. I'd love to do something like that, by the way. Hide and seek events. I think that'd be fun. Let me quickly have a look, by the way, at my to-do list. While we're talking, what else can I be doing? Visit the Golden Saucer, new triple triad, and new items. All right, let's go check out the Golden Saucer. What's going on over there, I wonder? I don't know if the triple triad person is going to be here, so... Missed opportunity for hide and seek. Phenomenal. Guys, there is a leap of faith currently up. Should I quickly test my jumping abilities? I've not done a leap of faith in some months. So this might go really poorly. What? It's not gonna be. Oh no! Why? Why is it this one? And don't say it's because it's 20 to the hour. I know, but still. You've never done a leap of faith? They're incredibly fun. I know I just made out they're painful. They are quite fun. Now, can I do it without falling off once? Well, that's something we're about to discover, I suppose. I'm gonna predict I'll fall off at least once. When will I fall off? Well, that's anyone's guess. Whee! Whee! Woohoo! I've missed this music. I'll be honest. Oh, certified banger. Alright, I'm gonna stand here. It's kind of sad to see, but the only cash shop item in the game that's 100% account wide on purchase is that ass. What? Oh, I admire when people go for that jump where you can skip one of the mushrooms, but I've missed it one too many times that I've been put off doing it forever. I can't risk having to start back at the beginning. I don't know about you guys, but if I ever get to the end of a leap of faith and then somehow miss a jump, I just leave. I don't go back and do it again. I just think to myself, no, I've had my fun. I'm gonna leave now. I need to do this though, because I need MGP for whatever the new items are. Oh god. We're fine. We're good. We're good. The acorns on this one always F me up. I'm so happy that acorn hate is, you know... I blame you guys. I'm reading chat! No! Alright, I'm sprinting. I'm sprinting. Bex, you're fine. It's not your fault. It's my fault. It's not you, it's me. Honestly... I was gonna say the acorns don't mess me up, and then the moment I said that, I thought I'm gonna fall. This is Meg's fault. I can feel Meg staring into my soul. Meg, stop watching. Go tab out and do something else for a second. I can feel your judgmental stare. Meg, I asked you to leave. Tree at the end gets in my head and I mess up so often. Alright, we're locking in. We're locking in. I'm getting stage fright, clearly. If I fall again, I'm leaving. I want you to understand it. Alright. There we go. Oh, guys, we're cooking. We're cooking. I'm not going to release the W key. This is non-stop now. Alright, I'm not allowed to pause. This is not going to go well. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Skip! Jump! Skip! Wait, that's Evelyn's here. Evelyn, hello! Alright, I'm not releasing W. I may have released W. I had to. I couldn't continue. Oh, God. Guys, you don't understand. I had to let go of it. Oh. Oh, my God. All right. Here we go. We're locking in. This is an absolute shit show. Right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. 1, 2, 3. All right. There's no brakes on this train anymore. Where's the gold? Up there. Easy. Easy. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. 3, 4. I don't know the lyrics anymore. I'm focusing so hard. Get me out! Leave! 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 I don't want to be here anymore. Quit! Quit! Get out! Get out. I'm tilted. Yes, I'm tilted. But look, you still get... I've got 1600 MGP still. So anyway, how was your weekend? Good, failed. We're gonna run that again later, right? I need to earn back some credibility. Where's this new... There it is. Triple triad. All right, guys, if you thought that was painful, buckle in. This is going to get even more painful for you in just a second. Malevolent Weasel. Malevolent Weasel. Small talk. What brings you to the Gold Saucer? Personally, I'm a triple triad man. Through and through. I've set my sights on beating King Elmer III. Got time to spare? I'm planning to challenge King Elmer III, but I thought I'd put my deck through its paces first. How about it? Alright, let's go. Guys, I'm about to demolish this poor guy. I'm guessing it's going to be a low-level triple triad battle and not like... he's got a behemoth. That's fine. Been battling with this weasel for a while now, and no card, take my luck. I know, Rando. I didn't know where to put him. No offense at all, Fatty Boomsticks, but I'm about to get this card, okay? Watch this. Watch and learn. Yep. It's fine. Because we can then do... It's plus. That's probably the better play for now. We win. Card. Oh! We got one! The Olia card! Is that good? We actually got one! Wait, was that the only... We got it! We actually got it! Is that rare? I don't know. It must be. Goodbye, losers. Good luck, everyone. I'm not gonna be... Good luck, everyone. I'm not gonna be an arsehole. I'm not gonna be an arsehole. One more for fun? What, you want me to get a second one? Easy. Ready? Watch this. Watch this. Hello again, Malevolent Weasel. I'd like to challenge you. It would be wrong of me to get a second one, guys. Do you understand that, right? People would be rightfully upset if I were to come in here and get a second one. Let's go there. And we can follow that up with that. Oh, he got a plus? Cheeky devil. Cheeky, cheeky devil. So he's gonna go next. Damn. I never get into this card game, but I collected lots of the cards. I Chat will say the same. I am hopelessly addicted to Triple Triad. I think it's such a fun little mini game. I really do. There's something special about it. Don't feel bad. Andy's actually got his phone in his lap, googling all of the strats. How did you know? How did you know? Stop spoiling my dirty secrets. Damn, Clive, that's an awkward spot. That is a really awkward spot. If I go there, yeah, then they can't take either, but I can take. Yeah, there we go. Second card. No. All right, I'm leaving it. I'm leaving it. I'm not going to do it again. Apparently, there are new cards that you can purchase. Endsinger, Nanamo. Maybe they're older or maybe they're new. Oh, there we go. Archangel MR card. Yoink. I'll buy one of those. Supre Luge card. Some of these probably aren't new and I've just never collected them. Poo Poo card. Yoink. Shit, I didn't have any of those. They're probably old and I've just never bought them. It would be wrong. Andy wiped the saliva from his mouth. Guys, it would be. It would be wrong of me. He tried to control his excited breathing. It'd be wrong for me to get a second one. He had to slurp up the string of drool from his mouth to just come in here and get the second one with everyone trying to get it. Why are you publicly shaming me in such a fashion? Taliesin, how the hell have you saved up 9.8 million MGP? Do you think they're going to release a 10 million MGP reward? What's the biggest one at the minute is 4 million, isn't it? For the blackjack. Is it here? You buy it? Yeah, blackjack identification key, 4 million MGP. I have 4 million without trying, but I'm saving it. Did I get the blackjack? I've got the blackjack. Oh shit. I forgot I did that, honestly. 10 million when the max is one shy of that would be a heck of a jerk move. Oh, there is a cap of 9.999 million. Interesting. Huh. I could see them doing an 8 million one then, in that case. If we're doubling it, 1 to 2 to 4 to 8. Now buy the eye patches. Are they in here? Oval spectacles, faces we wear. Metallic eye patch left and metallic eye patch right. I'm guessing that's what you're referring to. Show recently added? Yeah, I forget that's a thing. Thank you. Yeah, I got them. Nice. All right, let's have a look. Try them out. At the minute, I don't really use any eyewear. But eye patches, on the other hand, maybe. Maybe. All right, let's hide helmet. There I am. And then let's go into face wear. Metallic eye patch left. And it comes in plenty of different flavors. Ah, cool. So you got purple, brown, metal, silver, grey, white. They've definitely updated the texture on that as well, haven't they? That looks nice. Ike, don't wish that upon us. Don't wish that upon us. Can you wear one eye patch as gear and the other as eyewear? I'm gonna put this to the test right now. I do have an eye patch. Let's go try it. Let's go try it out. I was gonna say science time, but chat's already beat me to it. They've answered the question. Let's go try nonetheless, though. Right. Well, now that the sun's out, let's have a look at the armor. Now that we can see all the reflections and stuff. God, that is really nice. Wow. I'm very happy with what they've done with this set. Okay, let's retire to our room and see if we can get a second eye patch. I definitely have one in here, right? If I go to all, we can see which class has it. No way, I may have removed it. I may have removed it. Oh, we got one there. The augmented credendum for Rogue, Ninja, and Viper. Try on. Oh, that's just silly. That's hilarious. Okay, well, that exists. That exists now. If you want to be a pirate squared, you can. Cool. Huh. Yeah, don't really know what to say apart from that. That's it's interesting. Cool. NDD blind. I remember figuring out a way in City of Heroes to wear 3 capes at once. Oh, sorry, I can see that I've got outfit glamour. So when I get all of the Archfiends set, I can press that button. Okay. Unable to store further items in your glamour dresser. I wonder why. Oh. Oh. I'm at 800 out of 800. My god. But there should be a way for me to go into here and say, hide items not eligible for outfits. Or display only items in outfit glamours. So that would show me which ones I have in the glamour. Right. But then if I do the other one, hide items not eligible for outfits, I can now put together outfits like this. Right. So do I have to remove all of them and then put them back in as an outfit? Or is there a way for me to just press a button and make that an outfit from within? Lol, yes, yes, yes. Damn. Damn, okay. Zath, hello. Sorry, buddy. I was watching on YouTube and saw you also got an achievement for the cards. Should check if there's a I got an achievement? I got an achievement? Achievements? Zath, thank you, buddy. What's it gonna be? Xenos Galvus. Very nice. Thanks, man. I completely missed that. The Xenos Galvus card has been added. Let's go look at it, shall we? I'm gonna guess it's somewhere later on. Xenos. Xenos. Wherefore art thou, Xenos? Oh, is it this one? There it is, Xenos Galvus. 9669. Wow. Double 69 on the Xenos Galvus card. Very nice. Literally, very nice. Andy getting the triple triad mount when? I don't know. Listen, we could try and get it. We could try and get it. I don't know if that'd be fun for you to watch me do, but we can try and get the jam on toast mount. I need to run the vault to get this one. And I don't want to. I don't want the heartbreak of having to do that multiple times. It's in his Reaper form, yeah. The jam is a fun grind, and no, not the vault. You're scared of the armor, don't lie. Too soon. I ran that more than 60 times. Oh yeah, some are blue only. I've never done the Carnival, I believe that's what it's called, as part of Blue Mage. I do have a Blue Mage that's somewhat high level. And by somewhat, I mean, I think I'm 50 or 60. 51. So... anyway, so the way for me to be able to come in here and make outfit glamours is I have to remove all of these and then put them back in. That is upsetting. That's quite upsetting. Right, let's just do one. I don't want to bore you all by doing all of them. Let's just do one. So let's grab... let's go for... What is the rain set? The raincoat and the rain boots. I don't have those other pieces. Let's grab the Fierce Tyrant. So if we restore item. And then now I've got to find it in here. Oh, God. Oh, God. Fierce Tyrant. Can you see it, chat? Fierce Tyrant. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to be doing it. There it is. Fierce Tyrant. Okay, restore. Fierce Tyrant, restore. This is so unintuitive. Restore and where are you? There you are. Okay, so now that I've got the full set, I do this. Store as glamour. It uses 5 prisms to do all 5, as opposed to just doing 1 for the whole set. Store as outfit glamour. And then if I remove the filter, we can then see I've got 2 in there. The collegiate attire and Fizz Tyrants. Okay. You also lose the dies? Ah, shit. Ah. It's good, Zath. Really good. The jog thing is amazing. Yeah, really good. I don't think I'm going to be missing out too much on the loss of dies. I have some items dyed with pure white and pure black, but it's few and far between. They're getting there, but there should be a way of combining them without having to pull them out like that. Again, this goes back to I don't even want to say it, but the whole spaghetti code nonsense, right? Which is often flaunted around as the be-all, end-all of the issues the game has when it comes to the system and the actual engine of the game. Yeah, it's a step in the right direction, but the reason I haven't actually done any of this before is I just find it so unintuitive. And I'm never sat there one evening thinking, okay, how do I want to spend my free time? Do I want to read a book? Do I want to play a game with some friends? Or do I want to go over to my glamour dresser and tirelessly remove each individual item which could become a glamour set? You know, it's never something I really have the time for, so I've not really bothered with it. If they did make it even easier, and I know they already have a little bit with this system, if they allowed you to right-click, restore item, and all other items of set which are in storage, great. Great. That would be, I think, the tipping point for me to finally do it. But right now, having to go, all right, there's the Virtu Didact. Where's the Virtu Didact? I don't know. I'm being a bit of a stickler, but pop on an ND VOD and do it. That's what I did. Now I have so much more space. Is that dry spaghetti or cooked? I mean, at least you can search for other parts. Yes. It's not awful. It's just not great. But again, move in the right direction. I truly do think that they would like to, at some point in the future, move towards having a better glamour system. And I mentioned it, I think, at the beginning of the expansion, but I think this here is already a step in the right direction. Having the ability to click the faceware button and you get a pop-out for all of the faceware you have collected. And then you can just click them. And you can see all of the variations of that item. Like, that is a big step in the right direction. Imagine if you can do that with gear, right? Like, you click in and you're like, oh, yeah, I want to wear my Dragoon set today. Click on the armor, click here. You've collected this. Here it is, dyed gold. Would you like to equip it? Yes. Great. Undyed Mog Station purchases can go into the armoire too. I think I have put most of mine in there already. But are there some which are now available to go into the armoire, which weren't previously? Yeah, sign, exactly. Store an item. Well, no, I don't want to store. I wanted to look, didn't I? Remove an item. I'm not going to, but what have I got in here? I've never looked at it in this user interface before. Makes me really appreciate what I've got in here. Heavenstone 2023. I was so lucky, guys. I started the Stormblood expansion, and the same month or week that I began the Stormblood expansion, this set released. Like, how jammy is that? Having a proper samurai glam to wear. Ready for Stormblood. So good. Aiki, that is true. That is true. I can't pretend to know what goes on behind the scenes. I've not only have I not done game dev, I've not even coded. Well, that's a lie. I did some HTML once upon a time. In a dream world, they'd be able to figure out a way for every character to have like this list, which is if character has collected X, then Y. Y being they can glamour it and transmog it or whatever. I don't know how they do that. I don't know how they do that. Yeah, Carsten, I've heard the horror stories of how the glamour system used to act back in the day, and I'm very glad I wasn't here for that. As someone who really enjoys glamming and building outfits, yeah, it sounds like a nightmare. Ashlyn, have a good time with your own adventures. Thank you for joining us today. I do appreciate it. Speaking of own adventures, what else have I got on my list of things to do? We've done the glam. I need to go get my new Fantasia. We need to head back over to Gridania and have a look at the new Fantasia vendor. And then afterwards, we can go to Mordona and I can convert my old tomestones. And then maybe we can look at the new tombstone gear. Oh, no, let's do that first. I want to go look at the new tombstone gear. I'm guessing it's available over in Solution 9. So let's go over there. Oh, God. Taral, Solution 9. There we go. You get it for free, D1000. I think because they're making adjustments to character models, they're giving people the opportunity to keep making micro adjustments with every patch as they make more adjustments to those character models. So you could get one in 7.0, you could get one in 7.1, and now there's a third one in 7.2. So, Obo, really? Shut the front door. Shut the front door. All right, let's have a look. I tell you what, this is such a good sight. Seeing people over here, this is an amazing feeling. Like, I was here 3 weeks ago, I want to say, the beginning of the month, and it was dead. Like, literally no one was here. And when I say literally, I mean literally. It was just me. And I like what I would normally consider a peak time. It was like 7 p.m. on a Saturday. But like this is what you want in an MMORPG, right? Like you want to feel like you're part of something, a larger whole. And seeing other people run around crafting, like if we come over here, look at them craft. You're doing a great job, sweetie. You're doing a great job. I'm very proud of you. You got all these people over here getting their scripts. It's great. All right, let's come over here. Tombstone Exchange. Sorry, I've still got a bit of a tickly throat. Allagan Tombstones of Mathematics. So these are the brand new weapons. Let me get rid of that current outfit. Okay, so this is the Steiner sword. I wish the fitting room was a bit bigger. I'd like you to see more of my character model, but it's very small and it's hard to show off. That's what he said. Sorry. I can't scale it any bigger. I'm at 200%. Scale windows at 200%. I don't know if you can see that. Like this is normal size for me. That's 100%. And this is 200%. Yeah. I know. It's a problem. Anyway, let's have a look at the new weapons. So this is Historia. I'm gonna wear it on the back because we can see it a bit better that way. Historia Libris. I like that. I do have the HD HUD on. Yeah, maybe that scales things differently for me. If I were to change the global UI scale, everything else goes out of sync, which is really awkward because, like, all I want is for these windows to be a bit bigger. Like, this is at 200% and it's huge. I wouldn't want this to be any bigger. But then the fitting room, for some reason, feels so much smaller than the other UI elements. I don't know. I'm not going to talk about it too much. We've got the Historia Claymore, so the Dark Knight weapon. That's cool. I like that. Just simple. It's simplistic. Happy to see it. I don't know why you shaking the item exchange window scared me a bit. Did it feel threatening, Sign? Sorry, buddy. Historia Gunblade. Oh, look at all, like, the little mechanisms on the blade itself. That's nice. Huh. We've got a spear. So you can live out your Freya dreams. Again, all of the new materials and the lighting of those materials is so well done. Like, look at all of the little micro scratches on the edge of the blade here. Beautiful work. Historia Heavy Scythe. The silhouette... maybe it'll grow on me. I don't like the silhouette. What does it look like when you've unsheathed it? It's a tough one. I don't think it's for me. It looks more like an axe with the profile of it at the top. Yeah, I don't think that's for me. Looks more like an axe. Hey, great minds think alike, JP Bentley, clearly. Yeah, I don't think that's for me. Don't think that's for me. Historia Bog. Oh, I'm gonna butcher this. What was that? Bog Nox. Let's have a look at these. Fist weapons. Oh, they're nice. Rather simple. Yeah, I quite like those. I'll start doling out arbitrary rankings, okay? So for the sword and shield, I give it a 7.5. I like it. I like it. It's classic, does the job, 7.5. No complaints. As for the axe, again, I'd say a 7.5. Yeah, 7.5. It's a nice looking axe. I'm not necessarily going to go out of my way to get it, but if I played Warrior, I'd probably give it a go. The Claymore is probably closer to an 8. My one complaint is it's a bit bulky. The blade itself looks really thick. I'd have liked that to have been a little bit thinner. But yeah, I'd say it's an 8. That's nice. Really nice. The thing is, you gotta be careful with it, right? Like, if I say check dies, I can't die it. I can't die it. Should I be chatting to hold on. If I do gear exchange, is this who gives me the better weapons? Where do you get the upgraded weapons? Where do you see the augmented? Is it gear exchange? Or can you not look at it yet? Cheering, hello. Oh, you gotta wait until next week. Right, okay, gotcha. So next week we'll be able to see. Gotcha. Right, let's continue to have a look. Let me scale this down a bit and put that here. And then let's go back in here. Gunblade, okay. If I can make this bigger, I would. Sorry, guys. Gunblade might be another 8 for me, just looking at it. Again, I'm really, really impressed by the materials like the silver or like the steel blade here on the edge compared to like this gunmetal effect on the back of the blade. Really, really nice. Like if there's something I want to give Square credit for, it's whoever is working on the materials, because I think they're smashing it out of the park. Because it doesn't look out of place compared to some of the older weapons and the older graphical fidelity of the game. It doesn't look overtly different, despite being such a higher quality, which I think is a tough middle ground to find. Let's see, what's it gonna look like when you unsheath it? Hey, does it fold out a little bit here? I can't tell. I think it does a little bit. I don't think so. I think it's just getting bigger. Just scales up. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I'd give it an 8. I like it. It's simple. I like simple stuff. Historia Spear. Depending on what happens when I unsheath it, I think this might be a 7. It's a 7. I feel like, dare I even say, 6.5. And it isn't, I'm not, you know, reviewing the quality, but I'm just talking more along the lines of how unique it is. I feel like I've got quite a few spears which are similar to this. Like, it doesn't do anything different. And there's nothing exciting about it. It's getting bigger when you unsheath it. It's usually bigger when unsheath. Okay, you children. 2000 Heliometry is selling very well from the new crafters. Historia weapons are classic. Yes. It's like what they did with some of the Endwalker weapons. Endwalker ones had a weird speckle effect to be shiny rather than the more natural metal on these. What's next? Sorry. Heavy Scythe. Again, this for me might be another 6. Another 6. I don't know what else they could have done, but for me, it's not near the top of my list for items to acquire. Weapons to acquire, should I say, in the new patch. Again, materials, 10 out of 10, but I'm far harsher than you. It's a 2. A 2? So, for me, if I were to give something a 2, it would be I don't even want it in my glamour dresser. I don't hate it. I just don't love it. So I'm sticking with a 6. I'm sticking with a 6. The fist weapons, now I don't play monk, so I don't know what other weapons monks have available to them. I think if you could change the color of this gauntlet bit here, I'd be way more interested. But this is like a 7.5, I'd say again. I like the simplicity of it. That's decent material. What would be a 1 then? God, I don't know. I can't think of what would be a 1. Tocho, I know. Right, what's next? Historia Blade, the Samurai Blade. Alright, I think you might enjoy me on this one, guys. That's a 4. That is... I hate to say it. Most samurai weapons, to me, are indistinguishable outside of the sheath. How is that worse than the scythe? I'm looking for things like... okay, so my arbitrary rating system is, does it do something different? Does it do something exciting? This samurai weapon doesn't do anything that I don't think I've already got in my glamour dresser. It's fine. That's all it is. It's fine. I'm giving it a 4. And that isn't to say it's shit. I'm giving it a 4. If you rate the Viper weapons low, we can't be friends anymore. You're fine. So are you, Ninzard. Right, Historia Knives for the Rogue. Let's have a look. Let's have a closer look at these. Oh, they really scale up, don't they, when you unsheath them? Jesus Christ, okay. Huh. Sign. The katana would look good IRL, but in game it's like a 5. The thing is, like, don't get me wrong, I would use that katana. But if I were to go over to my glamour dresser and show you my existing katanas, I'm sure I've got something in there which is similar. These knives, a 5? I think, I don't know. I'm not really sold on them. I don't really like the hilt or the pommel. I don't like the shape of the hilt or the pommel. The cross guard as well, it just, I don't know. Not for me. Not for me. Next up, we've got the Viper weapons. AKA the Mage Masher. Unsheath. Okay, sheath again. So on my arbitrary scale, right, I'd give these an 8. I feel like they're very different from the other Viper weapons you can get in the game at the minute. And of course, it's the Mage Masher from FF9, right? You can't dye these ones, but you should be able to dye the augmented version. I'm not sure why, but it feels like they're being held backwards for that stance. I think they are. I think they are. But maybe it's done so when you put them together. Not a 9 for Okay, I'll give it a 9 for FF9. There you go. Well done, Sign. I'm picking that up on that. I guess it's because you're hooking the end of the blade into your enemies, right? And that's why they're curved downwards like that. Huh. All right, yeah, an 8 or 9, sure. They're nice. They're nice. Next up, we've got the Historia bow. Okay, let's get a closer look. It goes against my grading scale, but I really like these. Because it's just simple. It's just a classic bow. Good colors. I love the gold bronzy accents. I'd give this an 8. I think that's gorgeous. I think that goes with so many different glams without the need to necessarily dye it. Like, these colors should work with mostly everything. The grain on the wood is pretty good looking. Let's zoom in, shall we? Wow, yeah. Look at that. Look at even the individual. I don't like. Look at the grain, like the deep the crevices. No. Oh no. You know what I mean? The bits. Oh shit. You can see the shadow hitting each individual indentation. Thank you. Yes. The grooves, yes. Wow. I really do feel like the material system that they've implemented in Dawntrail is maybe one of the most unsung success stories of the expansion. They've done such a good job with it. Such a good job. Makes my bow look like it's from Minecraft. Yeah, I like that. I really like that. Huh. All right. An 8. 8.5. There you go. How does that sound? I'll give it an 8.5. What's next? Historia handgun. Just a little flintlock pistol. When are we gonna get rid of this piece of shit? I'll be frank with you. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. I'm joking. Don't get rid of it, but maybe give machinists the ability to maybe have alternate forms of it. I don't know. I'd like to see an updated version of this. Where will you keep your lunch? Glam it? Hide it? Never. Because that's where all the machinist gear comes from. It's insane that the lunchbox seems to be unchangeable. Like, if that matched the aesthetic of the gun, the flintlock itself, I don't know, I'd love it even more. Like, if that had like a wooden box structure to it, with leather straps on the outside holding the tools in place, great, fantastic. But this is so different from this. They manage it for Red Mage. Why not Machinist? Exactly, Spacebar. I already think Astrologian sleeves change too little. We'll have a look at the Astro stuff in a second. Just a barrel of bullets or a satchel? Yes! Yes! Could you imagine just having like a little satchel of bullets? Give us anything. Give us anything. I don't know how they would manage it though, because it's all tied to the weapon, right? And if I'm right in thinking, the only jobs which make use of this offhand weapon category are paladins and crafters and gatherers, right? No one else benefits from the offhand slot. And if they were to make an offhand slot for machinists, it would be silly to then divide their power level across 2 items. So the only thing I could imagine them doing is having, in a similar vein to this, the faceware slot. Maybe if you were a machinist, you could click the offhand slot, and clicking the offhand slot would then allow you to transmogrify the visual of your lunchbox. I don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, it's a very minor thing. But it'd be cool to see in the future then maybe tackle that. What's next? What's next? To give an arbitrary ranking, the gun itself, a 6.5. It's nice. Good materials. Next up is the Historia Chakram. There's not a lot to say about it. I get it, the material's great, fantastic, but I'd have liked to have seen them do something different with it. Are there dances in FF9? Sorry, it's been so long since I've played. FF9 dancer. And if you could, I don't think I ever made one. No. I mean, how else would you guys like to see them experiment with the chakram system? This is the first clean round blade? Really? I don't play a lot of Dancer, so maybe that's why I'm on the fence here. This is the first round weapon you've ever had? In that case, fantastic. When you can dye them, it'll be even nicer. All right, I'll give it a 7. I'll give it a 7, despite my initial hesitance. Staff. Let's have a look here. Oh god. Oh god. The wood looks good. But the staff itself is I don't know. I'm not sold. 1 out of 10 right there, desynth it. It's all right. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. It's FF9 as all hell, yes. Don't take this the wrong way. I wish it were bigger. I wish it were a little bit bigger. I like my staffs to be a little more eye-catching. Don't keck W. I'm not sold on it, I'll be honest with you. Next up, we've got the Historia Index. Okay, just a clean, simple book. Good leather again. High definition diagrams on the inside of the book. Yeah, it's a book. It's a book. It's a book. I've got nothing more to say either. Historia Degen. What have the red mages got this time around? Ooh, I like the crystal. And the blade itself reminds me a little bit of the... Am I thinking of the Crystarium blade? I don't know. I really don't know. I like it. 6. 6.5. Reminds me of Save the Queen. Yes, I agree. Okay, Pictomancer. Now, I think looking at Viper and Pictomancer is probably more important because their pool of weapons is much smaller than the jobs which have been around since A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, and so on. Let's see, what does Historia Round Brush look like? Okay, immediately like the look of the palette and like the look of the brush. If we unsheath it, this might be my favorite Pictomancer brush yet. I really like that. I really, really like that. Yeah, it looks like a less elaborate Valagarmanda brush. I couldn't agree more, Nienna. As someone who wanted a less elaborate Valagarmanda brush, I'm pretty happy with what we've got here. Yeah, I'm gonna give that a 9, I think. Too bulky? It might... The reason it might look bulky, though, is I'm a tiny little aura. Maybe if you are a different race who is a bit taller, it would look better. But for me, I quite like it. I quite like it. Next up, the Conjurer Historia Cane for White Mage. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. It's a hot air balloon attached to a stick. The thing is, even though it is from FF9, I wish there was a bit more embellishment. There's something different. Okay. We've only got a few left. Historia Codex. Yeah, it's a book. This one's white. Next up, Historia Planisphere. That's nice. Oh, I like that. That feels more simplistic. I like that. That's nice. That's a good planisphere. And I think when you've got a weapon like this which automatically rotates, the effect that the updated materials has feels amplified. Like being able to see that flash of light every time that it goes parallel to the camera on the metal is a really nice touch. And then finally, the pendulums. What do these look like? Okay, what do they look like sheathed? Oh, they're little cat's paws. That's quite nice, actually. They look... Hey, you say they look dumb. I think that's quite cute. I think that's quite cute. It's quite unique. Little cat lasers. 8.5. 8.5. I like them. I like them. I always think that the Astra weapons would look better without the cards encircling them. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I think my own personal take is I love it with the cards. That isn't the shit on your opinion though, King Trode. I love the cards. The fact that it's on like a wobbly axis where they go up and then they go down, they go up and down, I like that. If they were just static, going around the middle, then I probably wouldn't like it as much. I like the cards, I hate the card sheath. Really? Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Is it the same sort of vibe that the Machinist lunchbox gives, where you wish that you could either show it or remove it? Like, that would be interesting. Have a toggle? Do I want to show the Machinist side pouch? Do I want to show the card sleeve when I'm playing an Astro? Maybe that's something that they'll add in a future update, maybe? Hiss, ignore that. Ignore that. How are you, man? Welcome on in. Good to see you today. All right, let's have a look at the armor sets. So this is the Steiner set. Let me hide the weapon. There we go. Try on. So that's the Steiner set on an Aura. And you can adjust the visor. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. Oh, I love that. That's really nice. Yeah, that's a win in my book. Now, here's the eternal dilemma when you play an Aura, is whenever I wear a cape, I get really annoyed at my tail. And it makes me want to race change to here or something. It's... Even the horns occasionally will piss me off. Like wearing this helmet, I don't know. I don't know. Give me a top 5 for me: Viper, Dark Knight, Paladin, Picto, Machinist. Come back to me. Let me think about it a bit more, Crit. I like the helms with horns especially, to be honest. I think it depends on how enclosed the helmet is. Like in this situation, when it's open, I don't mind it, but when it's shut, I think it clips a little bit. There's a little bit of clipping going on with the horn in that region there that frustrates me a little bit. But when it's less noticeable, I don't mind it so much. Yeah, all right, there's the Steiner set. Next up, let's have a look at the Dragoon set, which should basically be the same, barring a couple of minor changes. Yeah, I prefer this color scheme, that's for sure. And again, materials, exquisite. Monk Pugilist, let's have a look at these. See, now that's a nice set. So the reason I love the Alma set so much, which you can buy on the Mog store from doing the Evilist Raid series, I love how simplistic the armor pieces are. Just leather and cloth, you know, in different colors. And it looks lived in, it looks worn, it looks practical, it looks like it would serve a purpose. That's what I'm getting from this armor set. And of course, I get that a little bit too from the prior two sets, but I mainly see Steiner, right? Whereas this just looks nice. Eru, no, I'm with you. My favorite or like preferred middle ground would be when they add in specific tail armor to the armor set. I've not seen that for a while now. I don't think any of the sets in Dawn Trail have them, though I'm ready to be proven wrong, but I don't think there's a single Dawn Trail set where you get specific tail armor. Yeah, these are nice. Really nice. I like that most of the arm is the chest piece. So you could rock it like that if you wanted to. Okay. Samurai, we've looked at Samurai. Viper we've looked at as well. Bard, let's have a look at Bard. Yeah, that's the stuff. That's nice. Another jaunty hat for the collection too. I love the chess piece. Feels very Freya-esque, would you not say? And leather thigh boots are always going to be desired. Imagine making a ranged set Dancer theme. Not Square Enix. Oh, it's going to be the same then, is it, for Dancer? Well, they've kind of put themselves in a corner, right, Judge? When you share an armor set between two different jobs which feel very much in opposition thematically, it's kind of hard. Because if you were to make a Dancer-centric set that is then meant to be worn by bards, it would look really odd. Dancers just never pick though. I don't know, I'm torn, Eru. I can see it. I can see it. I'd have to do some comparisons though, I think. Do people feel the same way when it comes to tank, for example? Like when you got Paladin, Warrior, Dark Knight, and Gunbreaker. Like, the armor set doesn't necessarily feel Gunbreaker-y to me. Like, this doesn't make me think Gunbreaker. When I think Gunbreaker, I think... well, I think of Thancred, first of all, but second of all, I think more light armor, leather armor, which you very rarely get with Fending. Hello, Mr. Simmer. How are you, buddy? Welcome on in. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. NDC's a Gunbreaker. This is Thancred. Yeah, Paladins... I think Paladins and Dark Knights will probably have a lot of similarities thematically, because you can dye the armor whichever way you want it to go. So if you're a Paladin, you'll typically dye it like a silver, white, blue, whatever. And then when you come over to Dark Knight, obviously you've got the reds, the blacks, the purples, the pinks. It's a tricky one. Tricky one, isn't it? But yeah. Let's have a look at the caster sets before we move on. White Mage and Conjurer. Alright, what are your thoughts, chat, before I say anything? What do you think about that set? Meh? Same old, cute bow. I kinda like the cloak. Yeah, like the layered cloak is nice. I'm into it. It looks like White Mage artifact gear. That's exactly what I'm thinking too. Exactly what I'm thinking too. White Mage artifact gear. Reminds me of a chef outfit on a cruise. What cruises are you going on, Rio? My god. I want to go on those cruises. At least they're still delivering with AF armor. The chest pieces have been really good the past two expansions. Yeah, I'm with you. I think the artifact armor sets have been fantastic. I think for me, this feels like an HD version of a White Mage set we already have. I don't know. I'd have liked to have seen them do a bit more with it. And I'm gonna guess if I now have a look at the Black Mage set, it's gonna be the same armor set but in black. Or blue. And green, sure. I prefer that though. I think this color combination works much better than just having a pure white set. Yeah, it's an odd one, isn't it? It's an odd one. Yeah. The clown pants might be good for glam. Let me remove this so we can have a look. Yeah, I guess so. Hufflepuff realness. An FF10 themed cruise would rule. Would it? Would it? What if Sin comes and gets you? Do you know what I mean? Like, when I think of Astro, I don't think this is Astro to me. And I know I'm splitting hairs here because, of course, what else are they meant to do? But like that doesn't look like an Astro. Like if I was wearing that, I'd assume that I'm looking at a white mage. And the reason I'm pointing this out is I know Yoshi P has been hesitant, and the developers have been hesitant to open up the floodgates for removing some of the limitations on glamour. I think this is another example of why it would be necessary to remove some of those limitations. I don't know. Like some of the sets I've seen so far, I think, oh, that would look good if that were being worn by a gunbreaker, as opposed to being worn by what the gunbreaker can currently wear. Vintage CEO, hello, by the way, how are you? Yes, I think the dyeable versions come out in a week. I could be wrong, but I believe we're about a week away from that. Yeah. Overall, yeah, I mean, I'm happy with that, I think. Got someone over here in the VV-esque glam, which I quite like. Ah, hello! Well, say hello on my behalf, Kendra. Just make anything in the glam dresser level 1 all jobs problem solved. That would certainly do the right thing, or go in the right direction. Is this the new set from the raid? Cruiser jacket, cruiser. Hold on. What we got over here? Cruiser headset, cruiser jacket, cruiser gloves. All right. So again, going back to glamour limitations. Compare this to the armor set we just saw for tanks, right? It's night and day. Like this to me looks like something that a pugilist would wear, a machinist maybe, not a tank. So the fact that I don't know, I would be very, very surprised if in 8.0 they don't begin to remove some of these limitations on glamour. At this point, it feels like a foregone conclusion that they're probably going to go in that direction. Gunbreaker. Yeah, I could see that. A minor set. A little bit of Xenoblade. Well, hello, Addy, if you're there. I don't know if I'm a bit late, Kendra. Sorry. Hello, Addy. Have a lovely day at your science museum trip. You can't really solve that. The more individuality an armor has, the more it will suit one job and not another. Definitely. And that's sort of like the crux of what I'm trying to say, right? Like if we look at the armor set which you can get from doing the new dungeon, or from the tombstone, sorry, it looks way more paladin oriented as opposed to gunbreaker or warrior. So I don't know how they get themselves out of that hole. Cruiser jacket of maiming, which is just the other set but dyed blue. And then we've looked at the other set too. Okay, so let's have a look at the caster set. Oh no, we have to look at the Viper, don't we? There we go, sorry. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I think my favorite part of this is the little pipes running around the armor. That's nice. Would love them to move further away from the comfort zones though. Less robes for casters would be nice. When was the last time they made a caster set that wasn't a robe? Let's have a look. Have they done it in the new raid series? Could you imagine? White mage. Is this going to be a robe? Yes. Yeah, okay. I was optimistic that it might not be, but it's still somewhat of a robe. How is the white mage weapon? Kendra, it's best you don't know, is what I would say. It's not great, in my opinion. If I unlock everything, it wouldn't matter as much unless people would feel disappointed because every piece would have a place for someone. Yes. Here. I've mentioned it before, and I'll probably mention it again, and people will probably get annoyed at me saying it, but when I ran, Vanna Sparti for the very first time, that climactic dungeon in the middle of Endwalker, or, you know, the first half of Endwalker, should I say, I ran that with people wearing animal glams. We had a chicken. We had a frog, right? nonsensical outfits where I was no longer able to determine what those characters were in terms of their job. Not a clue by looking at them. It wasn't until they unsheathed their weapons where I was like, oh, right, that's who you are. That was Altadal's legacy? Was it really? Was it really? God almighty. Losing my touch, Clive. Either way, if you can play a game start to finish where you're dressed up as an animal, I think any idea that there needs to be glamour restrictions is thrown out the window. Because class identity no longer matters, right? We did Vanasparti with people with the Thavnarian glam? Really? I remember being on the boat. Was it really? Hold on. Dungeons. Endwalker. I swear we did Vanasparti with people dressed up. Really? Oh, whatever. The point stands. Class identity, by looking at someone's silhouette, is out of the window. Right, here's an example. Morgaine over here, who's a friend of ours, is wearing a dress, which is commonly seen on something like an astrologian, for example. Right? Morgaine over here is a Reaper. I would not, like, had I just taken a glance at Morgan over here, I would have assumed Astro. White Mage. No, that's a Reaper set. Like, when you don't have your weapon visible, it's incredibly hard to tell. Like, I'd look around further at everyone here and try to determine, but we'll be here for quite some time. It's a lovely glam, isn't it? Yeah. Really nice glam. I like a bit of restrictions as it encourages people to level up more jobs in order to unlock more glams, but I don't think class identity is a good reason to have them locked. Yeah, I don't know the answer, the true answer, right? But hold on. Sorry, I've been taken aback by staring at this man's cheeks, which are just on camera. Like, I would not know what job this person is. Jupiter, I would not know what job you are. Not a clue. Looking at this person, I'd have not a clue who they were. They're a scholar. Can you believe that? They're a scholar. Anyway, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Midnight Scene here is proving my point. I don't know if this is someone in chat. They just changed job, and one of their job outfits was basically some cat pajamas. If you can wear cat pajamas, why are we preventing the use of other individual armor sets to be used on different jobs? It just goes out the window completely, right? But to go back to having some limitations being a good thing, yeah, I wouldn't want the artifact gear to be homogenous. Like, I wouldn't want to see an astrologian running around in the Draken armor that I'm wearing right now, for example, right? And the reason I'm talking about it is I think Yoshi P did recently go on record as saying, in answer to a question about removing those limitations, that he values class identity. And it just feels really weird to hear him say that. There are no limitations on store-bought gear. Well, we're talking, you know, the Archfiend armor that I got earlier? This can be worn by anyone. And obviously, you know, as a quick visual identification of it, you'd think, oh, Dark Knight. Immediately, Dark Knight. No, I could be wearing this as a white mage. So yeah. I don't know. Anyone can be a pajamas man, but not everyone can wear the Paladin AF gear. He also said, but we know it's an important issue. Thank you for reminding me, Eru. I did forget you said that. That's why I went back to my hope and belief that 8.0, that'll be one of the marquee sort of topics, right? Hey, we're going to remove restrictions, and that's an easy win in the bag, right? Rix, is it tough? They give us a loopable version of the read emote, but we can't use it while sitting down. I'm beyond heartbroken. Who reads a book standing up? Yeah, what's the other one? Tome scroll, right? Tome scroll. Where do you get the read emote? I don't think I have that. Relatively tough, a lot to keep track of. It's from Fates. It's up your butt. Thanks, Meg. Thank you ever so much. Huh. Marky in Meracedia? Interesting you mentioned Meracedia, Alina. Very interesting. Everyone take a sip. For those who haven't been in the streams recently, or on the Discord, I'm working on a little something. A little something for YouTube. I uploaded a post to my YouTube discussions about 2 months ago, saying that I didn't really know what kind of content I wanted to make on YouTube, and I kind of got a little bit lost in the source of what kind of 14 content I'd like to produce in the future. And I had a lot of people respond to that post. A lot of people who aren't a part of the community in Discord or the Twitch chat, who were really excited about the potential for me to do lore videos in the future. And I thought, oh shit, I didn't realize you guys are out there. I'll look into it. And I am working on a little something at the minute that I'm hoping will be live next week. And that's all I'm going to say for now. But keep your eyes peeled for a little 14 video in your subscription boxes. No doubt I'll ping you all on Discord when the time comes. Yeah, I'm excited about that. Very excited. What is that minion? Which one? This one? Wind Up Realm? Or this one? The Zodiac Idol? Is the Zodiac Idol the one you get from owning the statue? Thank you, Rio. Yeah, I'm hopeful that you guys will like it. What if all the trial bosses fought each other tier list? We can do that. It's not what I'm planning, but I can make that for you, Sight. Anyone here that has Culinarian under 100 and wants it leveled up for free with leave quests, message me. I'll be happy to get you to 100 in about 5 to 6 minutes of your time. How nice is that? Someone's offering to help people out in the in-game chat. That's sweet. What? No. Is Shinryu truly stronger than Bahamut? Let's find out, shall we? Sorry, to go back to it. The read emote is available from Fates. He helped you too, Rio? Where is he? Is he over here? I'm gonna guess he's over here. Chef, there he is. Chef Veldith from the free company Craft. You can buy the read emote from the market board. All right, let's go do that. Let's go do that. I've got all of this gil is burning a hole in my pocket, guys. I need to go spend it. ASAP, preferably. Right. Ah, it's just so fun seeing people run around again. I've missed having the game feel alive with players. It's the best part about any new patch. Like, look, people are actually here in Tuliyola Hole. Hell yes. About damn time. Search the market board for intelligent and it should show up. Okay. No doubt it's going to be through the roof though, right? In terms of price, because people will want it for the new 182,000. Hold on. Let me go check out Universalis, just to double check, to make sure this is the best price. It's 173,000 on Alpha. I'm just gonna buy that one. I'm gonna buy that one. Right, intelligent impressions. You learn the emotes, read and study. Andy, you spent 18 million on a bad haircut? Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Right, read. Is this the one which is looped, or is study the looped one? I'm guessing this is the looped one. Oh, no. Study. There we go. Now we're looping. And you can't do this while sat down? That feels like a slight oversight. Oh, wait. Study doesn't work, but read does. What? Why? That must be an oversight on their part, right? That's strange. They probably just haven't ticked the box to say usable while sat down. It's gotta be, yeah. Tome scroll doesn't work either? Tome scroll. Scroll? Tome? I don't know what the non-scroll version is. Does it have a C pose at all? Study. No. There is none. Perhaps they don't want characters going AFK on the toilet. What was I about to check? Oh, I wanted to show you the haircut I brought for 18 million gil. So you can cast your own judgment on whether or not I should use it or not. I'm erring on the side of not using it, but maybe you will have a better impression of it than I did. Let's have a look. You have the hair? I'm so jealous. No, I genuinely spent 18 million gil on this hairstyle, and I don't like how it looks on my character. On, you know, online, looking at pictures, great. When it arrived, not so great. It clips with like all of my gear. Right, here we go. Hairstyle. What is it called? It's this one, isn't it? A half times 2? Wow, looks good. It looks so good on everyone. Look at it outside. Maybe I just don't like the fringe. I don't know. I like my character's forehead. Is that a weird thing to say? Right, fine, I'll wear it. I'll try it. I'll try it out. How does it look when you do a highlight? Oh, quite nice, actually. Huh. Alright, guys, you've convinced me. I'll try it out for just a little bit, okay? And I'll give it like a slight red highlight, maybe. Celebrate your forehead with a fringe. My girl doesn't look right to me with bangs either. Endy forehead. You could use a fringe IRL, you cheeky bastard. I like my 5 head, right? I like it. I like it. It brings me great comfort. Let's give this a go then. Let's give this a go. Save. Now, if I don't get a compliment from a stranger within 10 minutes, I'm going back. If you like your forehead, keep it warm with a fringe. If it came with like pullbacks, like little bits here where I could pull the fringe back to reveal my forehead, that would be nice. That would be great. Can I get one of those, please, Square? Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. It's weird because I just don't feel like it looks like me anymore. Oh, I've got a compliment. Wow, Andy, amazing haircut. Wow, I love your hair. Wow, your hair looks really nice. Oh, thank you, Sylvain, Riz, and Clive. 3 people who I've never met before, ever. Thanks. 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 Thanks, M8. Total strangers. Now go stand in Limsa Laminza? No. I could. Should I? Let's go chill in Limsa. Just for a second. Just pretend you are a Vieira and never wear helmets. Maybe it's uncomfortable for you because it subconsciously reminds you of someone? No, I don't know. I mean, I'm standing there all the time. Oh, you literally are. Rio, I found you. I found you. All of the mod beasts are logged out, sobbing because their mods don't work. Oh, do mods no longer work after a patch? Airborne, hello, sir. How are you? How goes the whole job thing? Airborne, is it going well? I was gonna say maybe we could look for some sordid activities, but I don't think there's any happening today. No sordid activities. I love that this Lalafell is called Oliphant with a hippo calf minion. Whoa, guys! Andy, what's with the adventurer plate? Oh, your adventurer plate cannot be viewed by other players because your portraits are reset after using a Fantasia. Oh, I'll have to do that again. Shit. I was just going to say, guys, one and all, can we please get some love and congratulatory energy in chat for Airborne, who received a conditional offer for a new job this morning? Dude, I'm over the moon for you. We were thinking about you yesterday, Airborne, because I kept saying the word Airborne as a gem that you can get in Monster Hunter called the Airborne gem. And we were thinking about you, man. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations. That's amazing news. For those who don't know, Airborne is going to be a pilot of a commercial aircraft. So one of you one day might be, you know, at JFK, Heathrow, LAX, ready to soar the skies, and your pilot may very well be the Airborne Yike right here. Isn't that cool? Well done, Airborne. Well done, buddy. Out here doing things that us laymen's cannot. Living up to the name, right? Airborne will be airborne? Yes, I suppose so. Oh, is that the new crafted set? I think it is, isn't it? Huh. Who the hell is this? That is such a cool use of that glam. That's nice. Huh. Is there anything else which has been added in the patch that you guys are aware of that you would like me to check out? I think we've looked at most of it outside of the MSQ and the raid. But I'm always down to try and find more stuff. If you know there's other stuff out there. Thank you, Vikings. Woo! Thank you very much. The Black Mage rotation. Oh no. Okay. Talk to me about it. Help me. Debunk this. What's happened with Black Mages? As someone who plays Viper, Dragoon, and Dark Knight to a very casual level, and has only leveled up Black Mage through PvP, what is happening in the realms of PvP? What's going on there? Not PvP. What's going on in the realms of Black Mage? Sorry, misspeak. What's happened to it? Not Crit Wrench messages, OML, wow, your character is so beautiful. You must have spent a lot of time on her. Your hair is so great. Thank you, mysterious individual. That's incredibly kind of you. There you go. Black Mage no longer needs to meld spell speed. It's ridiculously fluid and easy now. However, it's extremely boring and there's no fail state. Right, so in other words, there was complexity which they've now removed. And if you're used to that complexity, it will feel like it's been neutered somewhat. Okay. Was it ever like this before? Or is this the very first time they've done this? Like, did they ramp up the difficulty of the spec and then dial it back? Or have they just gutted it a little bit? First time. I mean, most jobs don't have fail states outside of pushing the wrong buttons. The way I've heard about it talked, Black Mage now plays exactly like Viper and Dragoon, so you may as well be an expert in that too. Dialing it back. Tricky one for me to really weigh in on, having not played Black Mage. It doesn't sound like the end of the world. And I know that's rich coming from someone who doesn't play Black Mage. In a game where I feel like the rotations, and some of you may disagree, when I look at, is it the balance Discord? And you look at the BIS rotation, opening rotation, potion weaving, there is already so much to sort of digest and tackle. Am I advocating for every job to become easier and to remove complexity? No. No. But comparatively, is Black Mage still difficult compared to other jobs? Or is it now like the easiest spec to play? This is very controversial, but I have zero plans to ever play it. I brought my level 80 Black Mage and I only plan to level it via Tails and Frontline. I kind of did the same. Busk, honestly, same here. Same here. Like, I'm a casual, so take this from a very casual player perspective. Black Mage was very intimidating for me to play because there were so many little systems to have to keep track of. It's not the end of the world, but there are already 3 relatively easy casters, so why can't we have one where you can really sink your teeth in that has a nice payoff if you pull it off perfectly? That's a good argument. That is a good argument. Huh? I think the dream, right, and I think Ike has just beaten me to it, is every job will have a very low entry point, but every job could have a high skill ceiling. Like if you want to be an ultimate raider or a savage raider, you can have these really high skill ceilings. And I wish there was a way to reward that more so than looking at a specific job and thinking, oh, we need to make that easier. No, I've not done any of that, Harry. How are you, buddy? How is your day going so far? I'm sorry to say this, really, because I love complex rotations and give that nice rush when you do them right, but if we don't want to see MMOs go the way of RTS, then we have to accept that nowadays. Complex rotations are a thing of the past. Yes. I'll start with yes. I'm in agreeance. Not being a savage raider or really knowing the ins and outs of like, I'm coming at this from the opposite of what a biased perspective might be, right? Because I don't raid and I don't actually know the perfect rotation for every job. So take everything I say with a mountain of salt, right? I find this game is challenging in reacting to boss movement and then trying to maintain your rotation while reacting to whatever is happening around you. The game is great at that first part. And I'm now at a point when I play Dragoon where I don't even think about my buttons that I'm pressing because the rotation is relatively simplistic. That does go up in waves though with different jobs that I dabble in and play. I love Black Mage, and even if I played it like shite, I just didn't take it to anywhere too difficult. But I like the idea of what I was trying to do. If accessibility is the goal, why make ultimate raids, which are undertaken by the best 1%? I think that's apples to oranges what you're discussing there though, Crit. Like, discussing ultimate raids and discussing accessibility when it comes to jobs are 2 very different conversations. Right? Like, I'm incredibly glad that the ultimate raids exist. Have I done them? No. Do I plan on doing them? Yeah, in the future at some point. But that's like the ultimate test of skill, isn't it? Hence why it's called ultimate. To give you my like overarching opinion on it is, if a job is fun, I'm in. It doesn't have to be incredibly complex. It doesn't have to be ridiculously easy. If I have fun pressing the buttons and doing damage, that's all I look for as a casual player, right? Keep the complexity in the encounter mechanics, not in the rotation. That's kind of where I'm coming from, NT, but even that is a flawed, like my own opinion is flawed. Because if you remove all complexity from the rotation, and all of the complexity is found in the encounter mechanic, then at that point, like, what job you play may as well be irrelevant if it's all relatively the same, because you've removed the complexity from it. With what I said, I feel very strongly was like, Black Mage was accessible, but even if you can't pull it off perfectly, it was still fine to play in a non-optimal way. Okay. Lazy Rico, I could see that. Yeah, yeah. Maybe it's you know, a sign of the times where they've been developing this game for a decade, and maybe in a way to try and push the boundaries of difficulty, instead of adding more to the rotations of jobs, they're adding it more so into boss design. There's a YouTuber that had a great video recently on what skill expression means in 14. I'll have to watch that. We'll have to watch that. There's enough jobs that can be fun while brain dead. Even Black Mage was, if not optimized. I like having these discussions because, again, I am so far removed from the target audience for these sorts of things, right? Like, I didn't bat an eyelid at the Black Mage changes because I don't play Black Mage, and I don't play Black Mage to the level where I would have noticed any difference. So it's interesting to hear your different points of view on it. In an ideal world, I think every job has a level, as I said this earlier, a really low baseline level to play it. Like simplistic, non-complex, easy rotation to follow. And honestly, I feel that. Most jobs have that. As a casual player, there's not a job that I've played where I've not thought, oh, for the most part, this is really easy to like maintain a combo or maintain what I need to do with this job to play it somewhat effectively. They all feel pretty simplistic. When it comes to depth, the only jobs that I've really pushed the envelope on were Dragoon, Viper, and what else did I do with Dragoon, Viper, and I think it was Machinist, but I didn't really gel with it very well. All of those jobs have Dark Knight a little bit, but it's a bit different from a DPS rotation. But yes, Airyu, Dark Knight as well. When you want to dig deeper and squeeze as much DPS out as possible, I like when there is that added level of depth for you to dip your toes into. And I got that with Dragoon. I got it a little bit less with Viper. They've already done some snipping, haven't they, with Viper? At the very beginning of the expansion, it was your... I could not tell you the name of the ability. The wounds? There was like a wounds ability that you had. It's like a buff from one of your combos, and they got rid of that completely. I love complexity, but it's very hard for me to fault them for making jobs very easy to play. I think we, as elite gamers here, might sometimes forget how absolutely abysmal some people are at video games, and 14 wants to let those people play the game too without kneecapping every part. Yes, Ninzard agreed. Agreed. And I really do think, coming from a casual's perspective, they do that. I do think most of the jobs are easy to play at a very basic level. And I mean, yeah, I can't comment on the depth that each job has outside of the ones that I've played to 100. So, yeah, it's a tricky one. It is a tricky one. it would be unrealistic to say that they could go back to the drawing board and adjust every single job accordingly from here on out. It felt perfectly accessible casually whenever I didn't feel too nervous about being perceived by someone who knows about the correct rotation. The change feels a bit like a response not necessarily to Black Mage daily lives, but to the spreading awareness of optimal rotations and correct gameplay. Okay, Sign, you've touched upon a good point that I'm going to continue talking about. Let me run around the Crystarium. I want to run around different cities while I'm talking. So, I know there's a lot of people in our community who are of a varying skill level. We've got some people here who have done all of the ultimates multiple times. We've got some people here who are too scared to tank for fear of retaliation from the party they play with, because they've never tanked before in a dungeon. I think there is a pressure on players nowadays, and some may view it as a good thing, others may view it as a bad thing, to be in the know and aware of what the optimal strategy is and the optimal playstyle for a particular job. And if you're not playing it optimally, someone's going to call you out. And that is, that's what douchebags do. That's what assholes do. If you're, okay, let me add an asterisk to that. If you're not in an ultimate raid, right? Like, if you're in an ultimate raid, at that point, I would presume there is a level of accountability which you yourself are placing upon your play when you join a group like that. Like, you know that you need to be playing to the best of your ability. And I think people saying, oh, you missed a potion here. Oh, you missed an uptime, is, depending on, you know, the group you're playing with, within reason. But if you're just queuing for daily dungeon roulettes or trials, and you're doing the basic rotation, and you're dealing damage, you're healing and pressing a damage ability every now and then, that's perfectly acceptable. And anyone who dare stand in your way and tell you that you're playing the game wrong is some elitist asshole, I would say. And that is a broad generalization. And I don't like generalizations normally, but I think in that specific instance, you should be absolutely fine to play the game how you want. There's nothing competitive on the line, and like, if you're doing a daily roulette and you're a DPS and you're doing a suboptimal playstyle, the dungeon might at most take a minute more. Maybe. But as long as you're hitting the damage buttons, the dungeon's probably going to get completed in around about the same time as it normally would take. So any pressure put on people to play better in those circumstances, it just feels silly. Like, pointless, just, you know, picking apart someone for the sake of it. Tanking terrifies me. I did it at my own pace once, and DPS got annoyed and started pulling. I just stick to trusts and main scenario runs now. You're not alone in that, NT. We've got a few people in the community who do something similar, where they just run things with trusts if they want to tank. Because that burden and sort of anxiety will not go away. Rex, belatedly, hello, how are you today? I legit will avoid doing stuff alone with randos out of fear I will do so bad and waste their time. Isn't that a shame? Isn't that a shame? Like, I can only really use this as an example because I played this when I was a kid, but running up a Blackrock Spire in World of Warcraft when I was a boy, a wee lad, I was a rogue wearing intellect armor that was multiple levels below the level of equipment I should have worn. I still got to run a lot of Upper Blackrock Spire. People still took me on because I did the right attacks and I was doing the right thing, but my gear was all over the place. And that's the way I learned how to play the game, was being invited along to these things, despite being in a weird position, right? Where I wasn't optimal at all. Yeah, NT, right? This is back in the day, Sand. Yeah, this isn't classic. This is 20 years ago, right? And it's a byproduct of the age we live in, and I feel like we have this conversation relatively infrequently, but still frequently enough to bring it up. We live in an information age where not only am I talking about the real world, I'm talking about the gaming world, the video game world, right? Where people will spend their free time watching guides on how to play a class or a job as effectively as possible. They'll look for the right macros, the right rotations for their crafting jobs to make things as optimal as possible. Hey, Bex, it's been great having you with us. Thank you for hanging out. Have a lovely rest of your day. And the byproduct of that is what happens is these people will then impart the same level of not accountability, but they will expect other people to do as they do. So if you yourself spend time researching a job and finding out the best rotation, and then you enter into random content and someone's playing that job that you've researched and they're not playing it the way you've learned how to play it, if you are an asshole, you might then call them out and say, oh, you're playing like shit, right? You're not doing the right rotation there. And then that's where that negativity comes from. Would you be less forgiving as levels increased? I.e., would you be less tolerant of someone not tanking correctly at 95 versus 22? Personally, no. It depends on how not correctly we're talking. Like, if we're talking correctly as in they're AFKing between pulls, I'd have a problem with that. You know, right? Like that's wasting everyone's time. If they were to say, "Do you mind if I quickly? My baby is crying. Let me go and look after them." Fine. But like that sort of correctly, it's a bit of a gray area. Not using mitigation. If they weren't using mitigation, I would probably, you know, wait a couple minutes to see if they use it later. And if they weren't using mitigation, as a healer, more so, because I don't think I'd be paying attention to it as a DPS, but as a healer, I might kindly say, oh, excuse me, Tank, I just happened to notice you weren't using mitigation. I'm struggling a little bit. Would you mind trying to use it? Because I'm having a hard time. And then if they continue to not do it, I don't know what you do in that situation. But I think being human about it and saying, like, openly, hey, I'm struggling doing my job because you're not doing that thing. Could you do that, please? Right? In the same way, if a DPS... this is where it gets tricky. If a DPS keeps eating AoEs and dying... obviously, that's not fine. But if they are someone who doesn't really like that part of the game and is doing it, you know, for the sake of progressing MSQ, or they just struggle doing PvE, you've got to throw them a bone. You can't be an asshole, right? You gotta uplift those people and try and help them out. Because getting aggressive with them will put them off doing the content altogether, and then that will ultimately lead to them uninstalling. Right? They don't want to play the game if, when playing it, they get called shit by other people. You just res them. Yeah. In a game like 14, where you can level all jobs on one character, I feel like I need to leave room for folks who leveled a job in PvP with a skip. Yes. Yes. As a noob, I really appreciate callouts like you should use this skill now, but just straight up calling people bots or insulting is awful. Have you had that, D1000? Someone calling you a bot? Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, exactly, Spacebar. Exactly. I think people very quickly forget that there's people behind the screen, right? And you don't know what their situation is. You don't know if they play games all the time. You don't know if this is their first MMO. You don't know if they've had a bad day, right? We're all human and we all have our own struggles, and maybe someone who normally plays really well is just having a bad day because they've had a shit day at work, or maybe there's a relationship that's not going the right way in their own life, and then that leads them to, you know, not do something as well in a video game. How awful to then call that person shit when they're struggling or having anxieties elsewhere in life. Someone told me in my first run of a Heavensward dungeon, never queue again. What an arrogant asshole are you. Not you, them, obviously. Jesus Christ. I've given advice for lower levels who looked like they were struggling, but just tips. Okay, where do we fall on that spectrum? At what point do you feel comfortable giving tips to people? I ran the Ifrit trial on stream once, and I was in chat. I said to a new player, because I had the sprout icon, I said, oh, when the nail spawns, DPS it. That's all I said. And a few people in my chat at the time were like, oh, shit, you shouldn't have done that. It's like, well, what? They're like, you shouldn't have done that. You've ruined the experience for them by telling them there's a nail. And that's where I get a little bit lost in the source. Because, like, my intention was a good one, to try and help that individual. But maybe I was a bit of an asshole, because they didn't ask for any advice. But I thought I was doing a good thing. Do you know what I mean? So where is the middle ground for that? I solved that by marking the nail when it pops up. That's a good shout too. Can we ask them to ask for advice? In that instance, it might be better to maybe mention it after the nail's mechanic happens and or they fail it. I think that's personal preference. If I'm playing with strangers, I appreciate explaining the mechanics. I think that's a good way of doing it. Just asking for, not permission necessarily, but... Rix, you get... And as Science says, heart's in the right place, but maybe you wait. Yes. And the reason I'm bringing up my own faux pas is I'm wondering if other people have done similarly and being called out for it. I was privy to a dungeon run of Hawk Manor, and the healer gave the tank, who was a sprout, some unsolicited advice. And the tank went off. Like, STFU, I know what I'm doing. Like, it was 0 to 100 immediately. And it I don't know. Like, I'm not someone who would get super offended by it, but some people do, and they find it as a personal assault, and that's a tough area to navigate, and it's a byproduct of the game we're playing, right? All sorts of people play MMORPGs from all sorts of walks of life with all sorts of different personalities, and you can't treat them all the same. Let me scroll up, sorry. Missing some messages. I progged EX3. Let me quickly wet the whistle. I progged EX3 this weekend. We had a ninja who barely pressed his 1-2-3, used Doton on single target, and was doing less DPS than our healers. We couldn't make the DPS check because of that. It was by all means really bad. No one got mad though. One person kindly mentioned that Doton is used for AoE. We didn't end up clearing until someone left, but there wasn't any bad blood or name calling. It really is kind of luck of the draw what kind of group you end up getting. Rio, what you've just mentioned there, and I don't know if Monk is still around, the lovely Monkey Hands, the wonderful moderator in this chat room. Me and Monk used to play WoW together. We raided together for 10 years. We raided in WoW. And there was someone that we raided with who was retired, and they played a mage. And we used to log our kills. Even though we only did heroic and the off chance, a bit of mythic here and there, we'd log our kills. This mage would often get grey passes between 5 and 10%. Never did we, shout at them, get aggressive with them. We didn't even provide unsolicited advice. They were happy to raid with us. We were happy to raid with them. We'd get the kill with or without them. It was fine. And I'm sure some people in chat have members of their statics who maybe fall into that camp where they're a lovely person, but maybe don't play the game as intended. And by as intended, again, in parentheses, I'm talking about playing it to a meta level, doing the proper opening rotation, the proper rotation in the middle of combat, but they're pressing the majority of the right buttons at the right time. And that's good enough, right? Failure is the path forward. Sometimes, yes, exactly. My take is this: really struggling to speak. Unsolicited advice on rotation, if they seem to not be doing it what they should be doing, not using AoEs or mitigation, is okay. Ask if they want advice on mechanics before offering it. Yes, with you on that one. We really need to normalize failure more. It's okay to struggle. There's an irony there, because I think during the great World of Warcraft exodus into 14, there was this precedent that had been set that the 14 player base was so accepting of failure, right? Like if you die in a dungeon, you're not going to get kicked. It was, hey, let's go again, right? Together we can beat anything. Like really chummy, over-the-top friendliness was sort of like the advertisement for 14. And I do think, maybe not the vast majority, but I do think the majority of people who play the game feel that way. It's just Lazy Rico's beating me to it. Then there's high-end Party Finder. Yeah, exactly. And that's where it gets a little bit ropey, right? When you're in the upper echelons, no longer is it all chummy, hey, we're gonna do it together. Doesn't matter if we die, we're gonna cross the finish line. There is the ugly head of elitism which once again appears. And yes, Meg, you beat me to it. It's not unique to 14 in the slightest. I think it's unavoidable, right? I still have Party Finder anxiety even though I've cleared a raid tier before. Really, Clive? Bless you. The first step to being good at something is being really bad at it. Here, Kendra. Here. My thing is, in current reality where people are saying our jobs are too simple and too homogenous, where a DPS just has to hit any buttons constantly to clear the main story content, where's the line? What is the minimum involvement and skill before catering to low-skilled players is considered an unfair detriment for higher-skilled players? Whoa, so that doesn't... The first bit, I've not finished the end there. I want a game that requires a minimum of skill. If a failure state is too improbable to achieve, its existence is meaningless. Having not played all of the jobs, again, take what I say with a grain of salt. I do feel like most jobs satisfy the criteria of being simple enough to play, but hard enough to master at a higher level, like when you do Savage content. Let's be honest, dungeons are a means to an end. I don't see the dungeons as ever being a barrier to entry or like these tough challenges to overcome. Does that mean its existence is meaningless? No. If Savage content were made easier, or trial content or raid content were easy to the point of it feeling meaningless, then I would agree. But from what I gather, the Alliance raid, less the Alliance raid, but more the 8-player raids, I feel are in a really good position difficulty-wise for players of all sorts of skill levels. And I think the inclusion of things like Rescue, which I don't know how many people here were watching I Am Alphano stream, I think at the weekend. The lovely Colin Ryan, he was doing the Crystal Tower, right? And he almost instantly died, but a healer was able to rescue him to safety. And everyone in the chat was like, holy shit, that was an amazing rescue. Things like that existing in this game means that players who maybe don't have the positional awareness can't be carried necessarily, but it's a nice band-aid to help out in some way, if you know what I mean. I love that hard extreme Savage exists, makes experiencing MSQ more relaxing and still has the option of hard content. I agree, I really like the mid-core content difficulty for things like 8-man normals and the forays. Yes, I'm with you on that. I think difficulty has gone up with the level cap. You were tanking, Rando? Oh shit, nice. Did you try and snipe? Were you like, I'm gonna queue now? Or did you just get lucky? Rescue can be used for more than pulling my husband off of a cliff? Kendra, surprisingly, yes. Don't worry, I've felt the sharp pain of being rescued into oblivion by Lemon during my during my Shadowbringers playthrough. But yeah, to wrap up the conversation on rotation and stuff, I think there's a larger issue at play that maybe we'll talk about later in the week. Yeah, we'll chat about it later in the week. I don't think I've got the energy to go over it right now. But the idea of criticism receiving criticism, processing criticism, it feels so difficult to navigate in this game, more than some other games. Some people will accept criticism as being like the end of the world, like you're insulting someone's mother, and some people think they can be hypercritical without having to offer a balanced argument. I'm not going to get too into that, like, and I'll save that for another day, but I've seen it very relevant, or rampant, sorry, in the content creation space. The amount of doom posting I've seen from established creators over the game and the content of the game, the death of the game, the clickbait nature of their content, that does not help one bit with trying to ease community sentiment. Because it just propagates this negative atmosphere, which I don't think the game needs, and it doesn't deserve 99% of the time. I saw an established creator do a post with another established creator, and I think it was like 7.25 needs to save FF14. It's like, does it? Does it really? Says who? Like, what? Is this not like the classic rigmarole of any expansion rollout? I don't know. I don't say that to say that the game isn't free of negativity and doesn't deserve some criticism. I've got a lot to be critical about with the game, a lot to be critical about, but saying the game is dead and needs to be saved is mad. Mad. Yeah, Luke, dude, if you were in the room with me, you probably could have heard my eyes roll. So, Jesus Christ, really? It's mind-numbing, is what it is. Like, there's a way to talk about the game in a critical manner without resorting to over-the-top generalizations, right? Crit, exactly. Yeah, just kick him. Kick him. That's what I say. I don't know, I just heard insulting your mother. I'm wondering if adding talent trees of a sort would be a decent way to answer people's complaints of simplification of jobs. Like, add back in mechanics that come with a benefit using it that way. I think WoW did something interesting with the talent system. I don't know if they still do this, because it did divulge into being a cookie cutter, Googling the best talents, etc., to figure out how to build your character out. But they have a system where when you are picking the talents on your talent tree, every row of the talent tree would have a passive talent. So if you just wanted to brain off, play a job, play a character, play a class, passive, 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 passive. Pick all of the passives. If you wanted a bit more depth, pick up the active abilities to weave those into your rotation. And again, I say this as if that's a great band-aid fix. It's not, though, because that came with its own issues and they had to overhaul the entire system. And they wanted to try and avoid people doing the cookie cutter thing, because this goes back to what Crit said earlier about homogenization and let me scroll back up and read your exact comment. It's a twist on what you said, but Crit says if a failure state is too improbable, its existence is meaningless. I would say the same about talent trees. If 99.9% of people have the same talent tree, because that was dictated to them by icyveins.com or their favorite streamer, then there's no point in having the talent system. Right? It's pointless at that point. But if you can actually make it engaging and give it a purpose beyond just having people simulate what is the best outcome, then yeah, chuck it in. But it's a lot of depth there that I don't even want to begin tackling myself talking about it. The amount of people on Reddit that jumped on the statistic that active users fell below 1 million before 7.2 is insane. Yeah. I love the game. I do, but the general, the vocal community online, and I think creators online really can be like a stain on the game at times. And again, that isn't to say the game isn't free of being criticized. There are some things that I'm very critical of. I'm talking broadly about overly doom and gloom-esque posts and videos, right? Which is just... do we have the time for that? When life and the world at large feels so oppressive as it is, do I want my primary hobby to be even more doom and gloom? Not really, thank you. There's chickens over here. I never knew that. Can I go inside? Oh, you can go inside. I never knew this was here. NA gang doing Unreals eventually. Come learn with us. The way I take the mood currently is there's not enough to do for experienced players. We're still waiting. That's... Yes. So you're talking more about relevant criticism, right? I'm talking more about the irrelevant stuff, where people are making out it's a life or death situation. Like if 7.25 doesn't deliver, the game will die, which that's ridiculous. That's mad. Having lived through and experienced, you know, the absolute doldrums, the worst of the worst content of World of Warcraft, right? Like I was there when Warlords of Draenor was on a 1-year hiatus. No content for a year. The game was dead in the water. No one was playing, right? That whole expansion, the sum, is a mark of shame for that game. What then happened? They released Legion and everyone was like, this is the best the game's ever been. Blizzard have done it again. Game of the year, right? The same will happen with 14. We've come off of the back of a sequential expansion launch. Dine, thank you very much, buddy. Thank you for the 250 bits. Sorry, Rix, what is that in reference to? Warlords, Legion, or what I was in the process of saying? What I was going to say is 14's just come off the back of doing the impossible, right? And I experienced it firsthand over the period of a year and a half, where there wasn't a missed beat in terms of content. And I know I'm very biased in this position because had I experienced it, you know, over the course of months and years, I probably wouldn't feel the same way that I feel right now. But I didn't have a bad thing to say about any of what I did. I was very happy with all of the content that came before. Yeah, I'm a bit unhappy with some of the content now. Does one misstep, and maybe you will argue it's more than just one misstep, it's like a few in various places, mean that I lose all confidence? No. I think they've earned more than just me throwing away the confidence I have in them because of one, in my opinion, misstep here and there, right? And then after Legion, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about what came after Legion. Yeah, maybe Legion wasn't the best example, but I found Legion to be, in hindsight, one of my favorite expansions of WoW. Much better than Warlords, that's for sure. Honestly, and no spoilers, I'm intrigued with the story as of now. I finished 7.2, they're setting up some interesting plot. Whether or not most of it will carry out into a new expansion, I don't know, but there is a thread that could, and I'm wondering if they will. Nice. Nice. Yeah, like again, I wanted to save this for another day because I don't really want to dig into it right now. We'll probably wrap up in a minute, actually, because my throat is getting a bit uncomfortable. But it's just, I feel so disappointed by the creators in the 14 space who are apparently figureheads spouting the same garbage ad nauseum with every patch. I don't get how they got into that position by being just negative all the time. Luke, right? Oh dear. This discussion just reminded me of when I was there was a one button macro for Death Knight DPS. For a few weeks in Nax, I was top DPS every pull, smashing a single key. There was an add-on at one point which allowed you to macro a hunter's abilities on the one macro. I think it was pretty good. I don't know if it was BIS, but it was pretty good. After Dawn Trail, it felt to me like a lot of so many long-time content creators went into a doom spiral of releasing one "the game is dead" video after the other. It annoyed me so much after the few months I unsubbed on most 14 content creators. I'm only resubbing after they got out of their doom, because 14 isn't dying. There's things to critique, sure, but it's not dead. Alina, definitely. Definitely. And something else to be wary of. There are some people who this is their career game, right? Like they play this game and this is how they put food on the table. And unfortunately, being highly critical of a game when it is rife for criticism means that puts more money on the table. So if you see a video with, and this is just a rough figure, but if you see a video with 200,000 views, more often than not, that's netting that creator like $3,000 plus, give or take. $3,000 from making a 10-minute video saying Dawn Trail shit, right? Isn't that crazy? And that's why they do it, because you make a few of those and you don't have to work for the rest of the year. You're golden, right? The other issue is they take their standing as a face for 14 for granted. They use it to propel themselves, not give back to the gaming communities that made them. Yeah, coming soon. Coming soon, Sand. Yeah, that's why I really liked what Grinding Gear did, Garrett and Kyle. They polled their own community for their own feedback, and to me it was the best critique video I'd watched, because it didn't come from a place of self-protection or clickbait. It was just a good video for discussion purposes. I think the negativity also correlates with the gaming space in general. People are way too negative about every game that comes out. I mean, yes, so we've got the lovely Judge in chat, and I'm sure he doesn't mind me saying again for like the 50th time, Judge worked on Assassin's Creed Shadows. And if you go online, you'll find the scum of the earth, the bottom of the barrel, lambasting the game for being DEI woke nonsense, garbage, trash, shit, etc. And that's every game which comes out nowadays, right? It's like, oh, there's a character in this which isn't heterosexual, DEI woke garbage, shit, trash, get it in the bin. Isn't that just crazy that we live in this world now? I think we live in an era nowadays where I think nostalgia is such an easy win. And it's not just because it reminds us of, you know, being younger or playing our favorite games. I think it's because it was a simpler time where this stuff didn't exist. You could play a game and have a good time with it, and you didn't have some piece of shit in your ear telling you about how it's bad. Do you know what I mean? Exactly. No, Ragnari, yeah, and I've heard that from a lot of people. The game's fantastic. I don't really enjoy the essays about the why Dawn Trail is failing, but then again, if the community was a bit less hostile when there is a critique, yeah, so it goes both ways, right? It goes both ways. I have witnessed firsthand people offering genuine criticism, which feels level-headed, you know, thought out, reasonable, and then they themselves are called out for being overly critical or a piece of shit, and it's like, no. If someone wants to put together, you know, a reasonable argument, let's celebrate that. That's a good thing. Being unreasonable in your argumentation is why we end up in these positions to begin with. Go to the Azim step. It better not be foggy over there. Let's go check it out. Right. Xaviax, hello buddy, how are you? Oh, I do love the Azim step. It is nice here. how far away the bushes load in, but I wish I loaded in from further away. I'll go check on Temelan in case she's got some wisdom to impart upon me. Anyway, to wrap up that conversation, which I'll probably... Maybe we'll have another chat about it on Friday, because Friday will be my last 14 stream until probably Occult Crescent, perhaps. Arion, I think I'll read out your message, because I think what you've just said is not the issue. I'm not saying what you've said is an issue, but I think is the common point for a lot of people who play the game like yourself. Ariu says, unfortunately, the unfair criticism has reduced my patience for the fair criticism. I just try to remove myself from it. Yes. And I think that's naturally what's happened. Is because there is so much unfair criticism nowadays, when there is fair criticism, we're so predisposed to just not wanting to partake in that because it often goes in the shitter, as it were, that it's better to just remove yourself entirely. And that sucks, doesn't it? Hello, Temelan. The path laid by the gods is at an end, but there is another yet to be walked. By light radiant, born of a traveler's bonds, seek out and you will find. Go in hope and in grace. Serena, do you have anything to say? No, nothing at all. Nothing at all. God, isn't this just special? The music playing, the sun rising upon the horizon. What a gorgeous game. Turn the volume up. Soak this in with me, chat. Come on. Oh. Alright, let's not soak that bit in. Let me try again. There you go. Soak it in now. Ignore that. Ignore that. Kiki, we're close to ending. Yeah, my throat is getting sore, and I want to go look after it before I overdo it. Like, here's the thing. I'm very hopeful for this game. Very, very hopeful. And yes, there are things which have happened in Dawn Trail so far which don't leave an unpleasant taste in my mouth. It's not bad, but yeah, there's more that I want. I want more from the game. And I have faith in the developers that we will get there. I'm not doom and gloom about it. Not one bit. I could be critical, but there's enough criticism out there for the time being that I don't feel like I need to throw my voice into the mix. Overall, having not done 7.2, by the way, if you've only now tuned in and you're wondering, has he done 7.2? No. I'm incredibly excited about the future of the game. I'm knee-deep in working on a lore project at the minute. Yeah, I'm not going to reveal any more. If you're on Patreon, you might have some teasers. But yeah, I'm working on a lore project for the future of the game that I will elaborate upon in the video that will hopefully be released next week. And just working on that and sort of diving back into the lore and the story of this game has me incredibly excited for what's to come. Incredibly excited. Yeah, I cannot wait to see where we go from here. Very excited to dive into the MSQ. We might do that tomorrow. I don't know. I'm going to run a sit rep at the beginning of tomorrow's stream. A little poll to see who's done what. And if we've got enough people who have done the MSQ, I'll do the MSQ myself. And then we can have a big chat about it, which I'm looking forward to. There it is again. There it is again. Gorgeous music. I'm going to be heading off. I'm going to wrap it up at the old stream end time, because I am sore. So I did not sand. Maybe we can watch that. Maybe we can watch that. For those who don't know, we're going to be playing this game today, tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. And amidst those days, there's going to be MSQ. We'll do the raid. I'd like to do some watch-alongs of maybe some YouTube videos. I don't know. We'll have a discussion about the MSQ. My one final comment before I say goodbye to you all. Continue to spread, you know, the good vibes among the community. Not the knighthood, but among the 14 community. Because, my god, the game needs a little bit of uplift. Way too negative out there. Way too negative. Look after one another, celebrate one another, and enjoy the game. And tomorrow... Oh, there he is. Tomorrow, tickle the community's pickle. That's the one. Did you know the pickle emote is my most used emote elsewhere on Twitch? It's been used like 900 times in the past month. 900 times. What are you guys using it for? I'm very scared. I'm gonna go watch that now, XavierX. Yeah. But guys, I've had a really good time today. I hope you have too. And if you haven't, send your complaints to Silver. He'll answer them all. I use it on streams of OnlyFans. Wait, what? What? Luke, that's so unhinged. Moving on. Thank you for the good chat. Love and adore you all. The music's cut out. That's awkward. Let me say goodbye to you. Let me have a quick chug. Then I'll say goodbye. As I smack it off my teeth. Luke, the Dawnforged, Ninzard, Shadowclaw. Hold on. Let me read your message, Ninzard. My general rule in life is to try and expose myself to ideas and viewpoints I don't automatically agree with, just to get a balancing point to consider and perhaps evolve my own stance. That's a hard ideal to practice sometimes. Ninzard, I am with you on that. 100%. I subscribe to that rule. And I wish more people would do it. Because having something which opposes your ideas and viewpoints doesn't necessarily mean that the opposition to that is wrong. In some cases it is, like wanting to kill people, right? But if we're talking about a video game and critique on a video game, more often than not, it's nice to surround yourself with other ideas and viewpoints, because it's through that we can build a better sort of stance ourselves, isn't it? Shadowclaw, Nienna, Sand, Ninzard, Kale, Elderly Sign, who says, hey friends, I might not be joining Focus and Game yet, but there's something about 14 and Monster Hunter 2 that really makes me appreciate the feeling of community. It's lovely seeing you on the screen, more so knowing you're having one type of fun or another. So take a moment to appreciate yourself and to see how much the community around you appreciates you. Remember that you are loved, deserving of love. You are a wonder of the world. So I hope you find the time to enjoy a world that enjoys you. Wow. Know you, Sign. Dawn, Eriu, Mazira, Sand, Shadowclaw, Milu, Luke, Mr. Gabs, Crit Wrench, Isadoriana, Meg, Risque, Clivey Bear, Sans, Asik, NT Matter, Sophie P, Kale, Sand Squared, Clivey Bear, Armo, Rix, Who Stole My Spacebar, Canopio, Ninzard. I'm all over the place here. I think I've caught most of you. Shadowclaw, Milu, Spacebar, Luke, Sign, Rio, Sign again, Raylex, Nienna, Harry Oldman. Thank you. Thank you for linking that, Luke. I've had a good day. Solace! Good day, everyone. I will see you tomorrow for maybe MSQ. Maybe MSQ. Maybe. Go do it now. Go do it now.